All right, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this wonderful Thursday evening for some more D&D on Lionhead Gaming. And tonight we will be playing Song of Rapture, DM'd by the wonderful Mr. Omen. And let's get right into it. I feel like we're all itching to get into it after having 2 weeks off. So, what do you got for us, Monsieur Omen?
Certainly been a little bit of time since we last played Song of Rapture, and like Jordan said, I'd rather jump right into things, getting back into the meat of this adventure. So, Persephone, can you tell me what happened last time on A Song of Rapture?
Honestly, I'm going to go over the whole story right now. Because I feel like we're coming to a conclusion of something, and it's been a while. So while the Valiant Seven took a month to rest, one matter was in front of our young druid's mind. A disease that stripped the victims of their strength, hair, and humanity. Most people refer to it as Greybite. She knew it as Sinkan. The only thing that seemed to ward off those afflicted was Liscus, a plant said to be connected to Sylvanus, the Lord of Nature. Persephone spent her time growing Liscus in a garden, acquiring a book on magical ailments, and crafting healing salves. It wasn't too long before the threat of Sinkan loomed over Oakwell. The mayor called for adventurers to travel to Mosden so they can learn how to protect themselves against it. And without hesitation, the Valiant Seven accepted the task and rode out the next day. But the village chief Elmon was not eager to reveal their secret to survival. Instead, our heroes negotiated a trade. Secret for secret. They were sent to investigate a beach ship to the west. Elmon had sent his men there previously, and none had returned. After defeating gray-bitten monstrosities and narrowly avoiding death, they returned with a journal from one of the deceased crew members and a tattered robe from one of Elmon's men. Satisfied, the local doctor and scientist, Dr. Faust, was permitted to share everything he had learned about Sinkan. What was thought to be a magical disease was instead a type of weapon. It did not just drain the body of its life, but mutated it into something animalistic, predatory even. Our heroes knew that even if Oakwell could use Liscus to protect the town, Sinkan would continue to spread. So they resolved to go where it all began. Stroma, an island in the middle of the Heart Basin. They patched up the beach ship, now named Heart of Oak, and set a course to the northwest. While it was the beginning of summer, Stroma was blanketed by snow. Our heroes traveled carefully through the frozen jungles, unsettled by how lifeless the island had become. All had withered away, except for one somber elf, Peleus. The only one still alive after Sinkan had claimed his entire village, he led the Valiant Seven to his home, Pelkoa. He told us about Yari, a young girl who had ventured into the mountains and didn't return. Those who searched for her returned ill, and all that was left now were the undead corpses of his neighbors, corralled in their own yard. For Peleus, they acted as his only defense against the gray-bitten monsters that came out at night in search of food. But by the next morning, those too had been consumed. Time was running short. The Valiant Seven traveled into the mountains, following the same path Yari had taken before she disappeared. Our heroes walked across the frozen river, quietly sneaked past a whole nest of sleeping gray-bitten, and defended themselves against the infected fauna. Finally, they found the entrance to a small cavern. Samantha used her crown of snakes to peer into the entrance and see what awaited them. Deep in the back of this cave, which should have been a wall, was a well of darkness, a pit that went deep into the heart of the mountain. And from within the abyss came a cry that spoke out to Samantha, and her throat began to hurt, much like it had when she had been bit. Can the Valiant Seven end Sinkan and return home in one piece, or will this be the end of their story? Find out tonight on Song of Rapture.
Good shit, Mel. Give yourself some DM inspiration.
Yeah!
You're gonna need it. As indeed, the final moments of this last session ended with Samantha rising up a steep cliff, about 50 feet, using her new climbing gear to peer over the edge and stare into what seems to be a relatively shallow cave. And was met with a sensation all too horrible and all too familiar. Before descending back down into the camp, which, for certain reasons, I'm not going to go back to the map, may have lost that map in the great change of Roll20 plus Fanburst.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh no!
As we return to the Valiant Seven sitting around, it seems like the remains of a camp, with about 4 somewhat frozen, picked upon bodies surrounding them, and their packs splayed across the ground. They've made something of a simple-looking camp, reigniting an old campfire and hoping to catch a breath in this cold wasteland after having just faced down a combination of gray-bitten creatures with long claws and almost scaly skin, as well as these zombified, strange gorilla monsters with multiple arms. We find our heroes resting. Anything you guys want to do during your short rest?
So I know I found a scroll in one of the campers' like bags, and you mentioned a seal on it. Is it just a normal seal that she can just break open, or should she? Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's gonna.
You look over it. It looks like a scroll case. It's this long, almost not metal, but almost like some sort of tough polymer material. It looks like there's an easy to open cap of sorts, but it looks like a small paper talisman of sorts written with a bit of a warning to you. Keeps it shut. You think you could probably pop this thing open, tear through the paper, but... well...
Oh, detect magic's a ritual. Yeah. Since we're resting, I'm going to spend 10 minutes to cast detect magic. See if I can catch anything before I try opening it.
Sure. Let's see.
Samantha, what did you see up there?
I thought I was going to see just a cavern or some stone walls, but instead it just seemed to be dark. Really, really dark. But I can feel that is the right direction.
What, up on that ridge?
Indeed.
You mean you felt the darkness?
I didn't feel the darkness itself, no, just looking in that direction now, seeing that was uncomfortable. It caused my throat to ache something fierce.
I mean, you think that's it? Was it big enough for us to fit? Because the whole idea was adults going after that kids missing, couldn't get to them.
As I tried to recollect the exact dimensions of what it is I was looking at.
You guys recall when you entered the height of this cliff. It continued along the side of this grand mountain, but it looked like maybe, well, it's hard to say, maybe through some great shaking of the earth, maybe just the earth wearing away. The path you guys would have continued on just sort of fell off. But into the actual cliffside itself, you did see something of a divot, like a small pathway maybe that an animal would take, but considering what you guys had heard of this path, it looked like maybe it was a child's way to get up into the mountains. For you guys, the only way to get up into that height where that path sort of zigzagged up along would be to scale that 50-foot cliff face. But Samantha just, well, ventured herself.
I left a secure rope for us to get up there easily. I know you can scale probably anything, Clyde, but the rest of us are not so, well, climbing.
I mean, that is true.
Gonna ask if you walked on that thing. It didn't look safe to me, but you just climbed it. It's one way, I guess.
She just kind of raises her boot to you, which you can see still has the climbing spikes on it.
That's
cheating.
Investment.
Good deal. Everybody all right? Well, everything else, I'm sort of raring to go, strangely enough. That last fight, I don't know. Getting rid of them things. Just even if we won't really find the solution to all this, just knowing that one less of those things are wandering around, we at least cutting into their numbers a bit. Maybe, even if nothing else, I think we're doing something here.
Yeah. Like anyone else can take on a bunch of four-armed giant monkeys.
Yeah, I'm sort of surprised at it myself.
Wait, I'm pretty sure they're not monkeys.
An inch where? Away?
You're breathing right into it.
You just said move it an inch.
No,
I don't know what that means.
It's type of way.
It's just the sound of the wind blowing across the
Yes,
mountains.
that's what it is.
No, none of that. None of that anymore.
No.
Nope.
Oh,
I'm glad you
Not
understood
today.
Mike, also,
Is it better now?
yeah, you're
Yep.
good now.
Yeah, there it is.
Luna, be sure to patch up your wounds. It seemed like that last fight took a lot out of you.
Yeah, those things hit really hard. Honestly, I didn't like them touching me at all.
Can you patch yourself up, or you need something more?
Oh, do you need my help, Luna?
No, I really don't, Clyde. Nope. I'm fine right here. I got a healer's kit. It's fine.
I've got a good berry.
I'll take a good.
Sure, I'll take a good berry.
Oh, that's fine, no problem.
So I hand out a good berry to Luna and to Samantha, and I think Gregory?
Yeah, I'll take one. I'm a little hungry.
You see Luna take the berry, put it up to her mouth, and her fingers sort of curl around it suddenly. She's like, really good, Clyde.
Do I also notice that?
No.
I just kind of cup a hand like backwards behind myself, and just kind of beckon towards Luna to get for her to palm the good berry to me.
Oh yeah, your hand's sort of hanging there for a second.
Oh, I'm
and then
watching.
you just feel a tiny little boop. Clyde, give me a perception check. You see her sort of nudge up against Samantha a bit. Maybe she's just cold. Like, you think... It just looked like she bumped into her. But yeah, Samantha, you feel a tiny little weight pop into your palm.
Where is my jerky? Just kind of go for that and just...
And Persephone, as your ritual comes to an end and your magic comes to fruition, what's it look like when you cast detect magic?
There's no visual that anybody else would catch. Maybe like just her eyes look a little lighter as the magic activates. But for her, everything kind of gets muted. Mm-hmm. She's seeing everything in more of a muted tone, and then what she'll be looking for is anything that just glows and literally stands out to her.
Okay. So after a little bit, your senses become sharpened to this flow of magic around you. It's almost strange at first. When you first open your eyes and begin to take in the sights, everything sort of has this veil on it. This sort of strange ebb and flow of not darkness, but something that turns things foul. Something that twists the life in things. It almost seems like the air you're breathing, the fog that floats around you, even the earth you're sitting upon, is sort of just touched by, it looks like necromancy. But what really stands out to you in the object you're clearly focusing on and trying to pick up upon, it doesn't really seem to give anything away in terms of its actual contents. There's nothing inside that's explicitly magical, but there is this almost slight sliver that beams through this material. Something that just seems to glimmer ever so slightly between whatever space may exist between the cap of this scroll case and the scroll case itself. And it just gives you the slightest little peak of divination.
I'm going to stow it in my bag. This does not feel like the good place to be tampering with magic locks. Not at all.
Okay.
What are you doing, Persephone?
Well, I found this little scroll case in one of the campers' backpacks, and I was thinking about opening it, but I didn't want to just be careless about it, and it looks like there seems to be a little bit of magic that could be keeping it closed, and I don't want to create any sort of explosion or loud noises, so I'm just going to put this in my bag and wait until later. Maybe I can find somebody else that can help me to open
What
it
if
later.
it was on one of the climbers? Maybe it was a way for them to get in. Maybe it's a key?
How long you reckon these fellas? How long it's been since they came up here?
Omen, would I be able to tell that?
Tell what?
How long they've been
How long
dead?
they've been? Sure. Give me a survival check. You can glean some. Everyone. You can basically glean a few things by checking them, but after taking a bit more of a in-depth investigation of them, especially as you know people well enough, you've seen what happens when people are left out to rot, or in this case, a bit more rare in your experience, left out to freeze. These guys have been dead for at least a few months. If it wasn't your keen eye looking at them, Clyde, you would think probably much longer, but you know that the cold has an effect on the body. Oftentimes people think it preserves the dead, but really it can basically cause them to just shrivel up or break apart. What's really strange about the way you investigate them, Clyde, is when you're looking at their bodies on the ground, you see that some have been torn open, but with your high survival check, you know that these are recent wounds. You recall seeing these undead creatures crawling over them and poking at their corpses, probably looking for something to sustain them. But what really catches your eye is the fact that most of them seem to have died by falling. Like their ribs are pressed, like cracked against their chests, and some of them even bend inwards towards, well, the remnants of their organs. These guys have been dead for at least a month, and they died falling off that edge, possibly, or from the sky.
Wait, is it 1 month or 3 months?
Looks like a few months, like maybe between 2 and 3.
Well, I mean, it looks like they fell off the cliff. They've probably been dead for at least, carry the 2 divided by 1, at least 130,000 minutes.
He knows math.
I don't know how long that is. Is that like
2 to 3 months.
Oh, all right.
Excuse you, Javen.
The wind out here is ridiculous. So they were here after all this started, yeah?
I mean, Greybite's been around for how long, Persephone?
Well, it's been on Stroma for at least decades, but only in the recent months did it start spreading into Movia.
So maybe that was the triggering event? Maybe they found something. Or released something.
Well, we know how the
Yeah.
got to, you know.
No, Javen.
Yeah? What's going on with the wind?
Like the mics across this party are starting to die one by one.
Oh
Weird.
no!
Sticking his microphone inside of vacuum cleaners.
Wait, you don't think maybe something to do with that scroll? I mean, maybe they're
No.
trying to seal something in? It'd work with the timeline. 2 to 3 months ago.
That's when it started leaving the island, but it's been on the island for decades. And it came to Movia because somebody got sick when that ship was on this island. Somebody was sick on the ship and infected everyone else.
But I mean, something had to change where it's on the island for a decade and then all of a sudden it spreads across the whole fucking earth.
Yeah, nobody came to the island before.
It seemed like so just a.
But
Yeah,
Lacasta
but,
left the island and these people have only been dead for a few months.
Lucasta was born here. She left after SinCon was spreading.
But then how are these 3 people alive for just only a few months ago?
Because they came here probably a few months ago. Did I find any of the little coffer pins? Because I know Samantha found one, I know Gregory found one, but did Persephone find one?
If you guys were all searching the bodies, yeah, each one of these people seem to have one on them. It looks like this tiny little, it looks like a little chest made of either gold or copper. though it's been horribly tarnished. But the most interesting part is that when you sort of mess with the lid in the bottom of this flat bag, this tiny little mechanism activates and the lid sort of pops up open, revealing a message inside. But that's it.
Well, that journal that we found on the ship,
Right?
we all figured out it was written by somebody that wasn't actually part of the crew, and they mentioned the gilded coffers would be interested in finding some secret treasure here.
Right.
And these pins
Right.
are gilded coffers. So I think they were from that group looking for treasure or something valuable a couple months ago.
Oh, do you think they dropped them off from the boat?
Well, the fellow that was on that ship that was, I don't know, spying on him sent a message back to his boys and said, "Come on over to Stroma. There's something here."
Exactly.
They came here. I don't know why they'd go in the mountains though.
But if they came here, though, where's their boat?
Who knows?
They didn't swim here.
Maybe it's on the other side of the island.
Yeah, we didn't really do a once around.
Do we know what group the Heart of Oak used to belong to?
I think they were called... I know on their map it was labeled Black Atlas, and they called their ship Little Victory.
Our name is much better.
Thank you, Clyde.
Seemed like they were just smugglers or something.
Well,
Might be part of their group, but
the Gilded Coffers are infamous for strong-arming things for their clients. Needing to smuggle things is not necessarily out of their purview, I don't think.
it didn't really seem like the fellow that wrote that journal though, and them were really one and the same. It seemed like he was working for the coffers, and the ones he was bunking up with weren't.
Yeah.
That's certainly a possibility.
So, I mean, the only thing we really glean from this is that apparently somebody knows something else about this place. The coffers, apparently, they know that
They might
something's
not
happening.
know. Yeah, they might not have anything exact, but places with mystery that talk about ancient secrets, anybody that would want to profit would think it's valuable somehow, so they probably came to see what this ancient secret was.
Oh.
It is true. I have had experiences. People chasing after powers they do not understand.
More like treasure hunters than anything else. You think that's what that scroll did? You think the scroll led them to the mountains? Like some kind of
I don't think
thing that sniffs out treasure or something?
I mean, it looks like it's supposed to be protecting something, so I'm not entirely sure. But there's a little
I
bit
can
of
open
magic
it.
at the seal.
I'll just
Safely?
open it.
Safely?
I've got my claw. Just
Can your claw stop magic? I'm already slowly pulling it out of my bag as I contemplate this idea.
well, I mean, if I can't open it safely, I'm sure Luna or Samantha can.
Okay.
Not a character. Did Omen say divination or abjuration?
Divination.
That's not protective magic.
No, it's not. I don't know my magic classes.
Divination is like scrying and seeing far distances and
You
stuff.
You do know. When you were looking over the scroll last time, you do see that seal did have a message on it. For Crossway, no other eyes.
What kind of magic is on the scroll? Is it like evocation, emancipation?
Divination?
What?
Divination.
Oh, I don't know what that is. What's
Where
that?
do you see that, Persephone?
Okay, yeah. And I hastily hand it to Samantha.
Can I just give it a turn
It
over and
was-
see the message written on it?
It was around here, and I'm pointing to where I had seen the magic with my magic eyes.
Matey, do you know what divination magic is?
Anything I
Yes.
hear is A-okay, right? God.
Do what?
I said my inferences are okay for the character, right?
Sure. You're you. You're as
all die.
Samantha as
We
you
all
want to
die.
be.
Make whatever bad assumptions you want, man. I'm not gonna stop you.
I will stop you if it's like crazy. I gotta start doing that because y'all
He
crazy.
doesn't. He doesn't
Y'all
stop me.
crazy.
You don't stop me.
Yeah.
So I gotta start doing it.
Yep.
I'm not gonna try to stop you because I know not to stand in front of a fucking train.
Choo-choo.
Okay, so if this has divination magic on it, and it also says for Crossway's eyes only, it would be, in my experience, well, perhaps this magic would inform whoever this was supposed to be from that Crossway is
Right.
not the person that looked at this.
Okay.
So it's
So,
I
like-
stolen.
don't know if that matters for us, really.
Wait, is it stolen?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's about what we're currently trying to do.
Oh, it has no connection.
I don't think I've ever heard of a Crossway. That's not an
And Crossway is a city?
It is a city.
Yeah, it is a city.
It's one of the biggest trading cities in all of Mobia, sitting right
Oh.
in the middle.
Oh, do I know about it then?
They say that all roads lead to Crossway.
Yeah, remember this.
I mean, I don't know if we really need to assume this is bad. Maybe we want to notify them. Let them know that the people, the fate that they, hell.
For Crossway, though, why is it for the entire... They're supposed to take this to the government. You would think it would be for an organization, not just for the entire town.
Wait, do you think it's like the thing that they gave us from Oakwell? Like this,
Like
like
the
this, the thing, the
Inquisitor
seal.
threat?
Yeah.
So the fella on that ship said, "Hey, there's something going on at Island Struck. Send your boys over here to look at it."
Right.
They come with some kind of invitation or something from the coffers and say, "Don't show this to anybody, but
Right.
it give you some authority, maybe to check out whatever's there." But they didn't realize everybody was dead.
Wait, do you think that they're like the heroes of Oakwell, but not of Oakwell, but of Crossway?
Yeah, sad fate for them, but I think I'm stretching. Honestly, I don't really believe what I'm saying, but
Well, I mean, it means that we're a better group than they were.
Or just lucky.
sure hope so.
What was that, Samantha?
Nothing. And she just kind of like just wraps the scroll case up and just shoves it into her bag next to all of the other stuff.
But you're not even gonna open it.
No, it is not for our eyes. And if that gap in my memory now filled, if a town as important as Crossway is supposed to be the only eyes that lay eyes on this document, then there's something important here.
Or, I mean, we could just not tell anyone we looked at it.
That's what the magic is for, Clyde.
Oh,
The magic tells everyone.
you're so smart.
I try. How are you all feeling? Because I know I'm feeling
I
quite
think I'm
cold.
good to go.
I feel great. I had like 2 good berries and like 17 seconds of sleep.
Yeah, I'm good. I do gotta say, I'm sort of with Clyde on this one. I think we should look at
I
it.
know, right? We should look at it. Let's open it.
These fellas were here recently. They something involving what we doing. I mean, why else would they be here? And if that scroll was something to help them on the way, could help us too, or just give us some information on what we heading into. Maybe the coffers know more than we do.
It's information that's supposed to go back to Crossway, though. It's certainly a possibility.
You know, I found that sometimes one of the best things to do when you make a mistake and you look at something you're not supposed to is you just pretend that you're dumb.
I've done that plenty of time.
And then you really don't get in trouble.
Or
It
play
didn't
Trump.
say that there were going to be any sort of consequences on it, so maybe it might work out.
I mean, are we ever going to Crossway?
We could with this.
Taking it to Crossway, that's why I put it away. Since it's
Well, yeah,
for Crossway only, potentially there could be a reward, or perhaps there's more to this that we could find out by going there. But I did not want to go there having broken the rules, so to speak.
The situation is, I'm interpreting this being in the Gilded Coffer's possession. I think they might have stolen it. I don't think this was meant for them. Based on the journal entries that we found on the boat, I feel like this group is not it's not like us. Maybe they're selfish. Maybe they just wanted treasure for their own needs. And maybe they stole this. So I think Samantha's right. If we keep it closed, we can bring it back to Crossway. We can find out who it was really supposed to be with.
But what if the only way to know who it's for in Crossway is to open it and their name's at the bottom?
You go to whoever is in charge in Crossway and you give it to them. That's what nobility is for. They handle important secret matters regarding the town.
But Persephone, you don't understand. I'm freaking curious. I want to see what's in it.
Well, then
It's killing me.
Well, then you're gonna have to wait, because right now the clock is ticking, the sun is going down, and we need to find a way to stop Sinkan.
Fine, let's go fucking climb this mountain.
Yeah, alright.
Wait, Luna, are you feeling better?
Yeah.
Do you need another good berry?
Oh, no, I'm full, Clyde.
Oh, okay.
I need another good berry.
Why? I just gave you a good berry.
But they're really good. You should really make wine out of your good berries. Can you do that?
Well, here, open your mouth. Let me throw it in.
You can see, she clamps her mouth shut, and then just 6 mouths open up around her.
Alright. Okay, Blinky, Karate. Oh, good. I think Blinky caught it. Actually, I don't know which one Blinky is. What?
I don't have a snake named Blinky.
Wait, what are all the names then? There's Cody.
Cody, Minerva.
Yep.
Ka.
Okay. That's 3. I'm pretty sure there's Blinky. Can I name one Blinky?
You said you left the rope hanging, right, Samantha?
Indeed, it is hanging right over there as it gets
Alright.
coated in ice.
I'm gonna go on ahead of the path. I probably don't really need it to climb. I have other ways to do it, but it's just good to know.
Yeah, let's get again if we're ready.
Wait, Persephone, can you turn into one of these fucking monkey things now? Or gorillas? Are they gorillas?
You know what those are, Clyde. They're
the Grillions.
There you go. God damn it.
Can you turn into a Grillion?
Oh god, I don't know.
You don't know.
Wait, so since Clyde knows what those are, should need... Oh, no, I guess not.
Alright.
Yeah, no.
Get up, start putting my pack
Are you
together.
good? Alright, he's good.
Okay. People start getting their stuff together, assuming you're putting up the fire. An hour passes, you guys have some time to dress your wounds, using the little heat of this flame to try and keep yourselves warm, but honestly, besides conversing and deciding on the matters of should you open the scroll case or not, some of you have to get up and find more kindling or maybe throw a torch on the fire to keep it going, because for whatever reason, that fire just does not want to keep. There's no super strong wind except for the occasional gust that billows over the mountaintops. But that fire just seems to constantly wane and wane and wane. But eventually the hour ends. You gather your things. You find the rope Samantha leaves for you. And, well, thankfully, left to the pythons she left wedged into the stone face, and the secure rope she tied at the top really isn't too much trouble.
Gregory, can you carry Mitty in your backpack again?
Yeah, easy enough.
Alright, Mitty in the bag.
See, that's what you do. If you have a Minotaur and a Centaur in the same party, just have the Minotaur get the Centaur on his back, up the ladders, guys. It can work.
Yeah. And then once you get up there, then the Minotaur can ride the Centaur into battle.
I'm gonna use one use of my wild shape to turn into a panther to climb up the side.
Okay. Your body suddenly shifts in form. Your Well, it doesn't look like a game when you use wild shape. It's been a while. You describe it.
Well, first, my entire body turns into like the silhouette of a faint, soft green light that turns into like a sphere, and from that small circle, it takes on a brand new shape of the animal that she's turning into. So when she goes from Persephone shadow to ball, she comes back out as
Matey, no, shh, quiet. It's fine.
her transformation stops as a panther, and Mitty apparently is very scared of panther.
Oh, you're fine, matey. Just calm down.
Ugh.
Wait, Persephone, look at you!
Ain't never gonna get used to that.
Yeah, it seems like Persephone, when you transform into this animal, you're expecting this dark black fur to take over, but something slightly different. When you land, you feel like you're an animal now. You've taken this form before, you've gone climbing. But now you look down at your paws, and you realize this plant life is starting to grow across your body. You sort of scratch at yourself. It feels like fur. It moves like flesh, but it's almost like you have this sort of strange boreal form.
Oh my god. It's like if me and Samantha had a child.
Ugh.
That's terrifying.
Wait, why would you and her make what?
Because it's a green cat.
Persephone walks away after Clyde says that, and she just starts climbing.
It's a green cat. Samantha's green, I'm a cat. Boom.
Oh, well,
Persephone's also
I
green.
guess I see that. All right.
Wait, why?
Don't agree with him.
Wait, what would your kids look like? Wait, if Jamin and Samantha had kids, would they be green dragons? This is interesting. I gotta think about this. Oh, Javen, you're better.
I couldn't hear you with the wind drowning you out, but no, that's not how that works, Clyde.
No?
Shut up.
Easily enough, especially with one of you in their panther form, Clyde using your claws, Mitty secured in a backpack hauled up by Gregory. You guys make it up to the edge of this cliff, and again, only about 20, 25 feet from that edge, you see the face of the mountain that caves into a relatively shallow-looking cave. It only seems to go in about 50 feet or so. Some of your dark vision just sort of catching the very end of it, but it doesn't seem like it's very big. But again, as you scale that height, Samantha, the wind begins to blow, and you can feel that familiar chill that runs through your body and settles in your neck, this sort of cold, stinging sensation before it fades. And even you, Persephone, in your panther form, crawling over the edge, you're about to get just over the edge, and when you see this cave, your back leg just sort of gives for a second, and you feel that sharp pain in your ankle, but then it too fades. And while you're getting over the edge too, Gregory, sort of bolstering up, and you're just pulling yourself on, you can feel the bag shift on your back as Mitty just sort of whimpers.
Calm down.
Hold on, man.
He was incredibly restless for a second, and then eventually pulls himself out of the backpack, landing on the cliffside, and gets immediately behind Clyde.
Mitty,
Strong boy.
All right.
He just sort of peeks out apprehensively around Clyde and sort of just stands by his side, and just a sort of low growl.
I'll never have to feel this feeling again.
What, cold?
That too.
We gotta figure out how to get you a fur coat.
I'm wearing a fur coat, Clyde.
A thicker fur coat.
Yeah, certainly eerie, but I mean, y'all ready for this? I mean, ain't really going back.
I look down at my scepter, see all of the runes on it, and sort of emanate just a soft green light as I realize I have my full magical potential back, which means that's gone.
Alright.
As ready as I'm ever going to be.
And if you're not ready now, you're sure as hell going to be ready once the swinging starts a coming.
Javen, you're an interesting fellow.
Oh, I hope so. Don't want to be a boring one.
Oh, that's true. You don't want to be a boring person.
I guess let me light a torch or something. I'm gonna reach my bag and
I
grab
got
a torch
it!
by the head. Oh yeah, can you just light it up? As I hold it out to you, just see light start glowing in my hand as the end of it just starts to glow with light. Oh hell. Never mind then.
I know, it's like it just kind of lights stuff. Some kind of lighter.
Before you get to do it, I'm lighting it.
You light his hand on fire.
Ah!
Ah!
Someone stole someone's
I don't
Fire.
really know how that happened, but alright then.
Wait, did you get a ring too, Gregory?
No, I mean, I don't know. It's like I said after that fight. I got energy in me, but I didn't think it was gonna spill out like that. This thing's glowing. What in the hell?
Hold on, let me see something as I try to like put it out in fire, or like in the snow. And I pull
Shove
it
it in
out.
the snow, pull it out. It looks like it worked for a second. There's no light coming off of it, and then you see pieces of snow knife sort of crumple off of it, and then like a beaming torch. What color is it, Greg?
Just nice yellow light.
I'm gonna catch it between my giant panther paws.
Careful, it could be hot.
Big blunt panther paws smack around it, and then pull away. Dark light, dark light.
Ooh,
Exactly that.
that's unnerving to do on a lit torch.
Guys,
What?
as you turn around to look, and you notice Luna's not with you. She's somebody with dark vision can see just the very edge of her image, already inside of this cave, and you see her head sort of tilted down towards what looks
Damn
like
it,
the ground.
Luna, you don't split the party.
So
What's wrong?
I think I found where all this is coming from.
Oh, great. Is it like
What?
a stone? Or like...
It just come take a peek.
Start walking over with my
Oh,
weird new
sound
torch,
right.
holding it out.
Yeah, I go back to normal and I go over to
Come
the
on,
dark
BT,
pit.
you're fine.
As you guys enter this shallow cave, again, it's very small. The first thing some of you notice, especially with now the light beaming over everything and granting greater vision, you see like bits and pieces of baubles sort of strewn about. Looks like broken pieces of toys or dolls. The walls are scarred and looks like someone's been using chalk or some sort of coal to make drawings and shapes along the walls. It's very reminiscent of like a child's playpen inside this cave. But that's really not what catches your full attention. At the center of this cave looks like jaggedly broken, as if the earth had shooken and whatever stability was granted to the earth below had fallen through. And all you see before you, as Luna stands over its edge, is a deep black pit leading straight down.
Oh, look at that. Is there a rock around?
And there's little pebbles and stuff around.
Yeah, I drop one in
Wait,
right
Gregory,
away.
put on your torch. There we go.
I'm gonna assume this is the hole that your book talked about, Luna.
But there is a hole in a book?
I think it's a metaphor, Clyde, but I guess not anymore. Yeah, I can see the bottom, though.
Oh, it's down there.
What's at the
How
bottom?
far?
Bones. A
Oh,
lot of bones.
oh,
Just
Well,
bones.
I mean, all I can see down there is bones. My eyes can see really good. Yeah, it's about
I guess you
about
can't see a floor.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming it's a floor. I don't know. It's about 100 feet deep, I think.
Are the bones moving
Oh.
or anything?
I'm gonna take a torch out, I'm gonna light it with my ring, and I'm gonna drop it.
Now you say that, Samantha. You see this light fall down through the darkness, and then you hear clattering sound as it seems to strike the ground about 100 feet, and you only get like a faint image of the fire. You see it looks like a cage of bones, like them strewn about as the flames fall in between them, and then through the impact it sort of scatters and it's dark once more.
Gregory, I don't think you should ever let your children play in this cave.
I mean, that sort of goes without saying, Clyde, but
I don't
I
think
mean, look at all
anyone
the
should go
toys
in
and
this
things.
cave.
well, I mean,
Kids obviously played here.
you said this was the source of it. Well, I mean, what we do, how we stop it then? Just a hole in the ground.
Maybe we need to go into the hole.
Maybe we need to fill it up.
I mean, we could just cover it up and go, guys. I think that would be good enough. We can just do that.
No,
Persephone, can you do that?
no.
Is that a
Hey.
tree stump?
That's a
No, it's a stalagmite.
yeah. It's the ground one, not the other one.
I mean, I know stores say, putting people's remains to rest and all that, but is that really what we got to do? Just bury these folks up?
I don't think it's that easy. Remember, in Era of Anciency, elves used this mountain trying to find a way to fight against dragons, and dark magic could have been involved. There's probably an ancient relic down there somewhere.
If there is going to be dark magic, it'd definitely be in a dark hole.
So you think there's something down there?
Well, there's got to be something down there.
I just wish I could see.
Is it the only way down?
Look over my shoulder at stalagmite. I mean, I guess I'm going down then.
I mean, do
Right.
we have enough rope?
Down there for?
I mean, who else?
I'll go down.
I ain't gonna let you go by your lonesome, so.
See?
This thing will hold a rope. I got 50 feet.
We're going to have
Glad
to
you
tie
got
it
some, right?
together. I've got 50 feet. I've got to tie it together, though.
That'll get me close enough.
Is
Well, let's
it
do it then.
Is it just 100 feet down, Luna, or is it a little bit farther?
Luna?
Luna? Oh no!
Oh.
Oh no! She's gone silent.
I mean, it looks like 100 feet. I don't know. I can't just count every single foot.
So just tie
So
both
just
of
the
your
two
ropes
ropes?
together. Yeah, just tie both of your ropes together and
That's what we
grapple
were
down.
doing, Persephone.
Yeah, Clyde. Come on with you. Give me that rope.
Alright. You gotta tie the right knot, though, Gregory. You know how to tie the right knot?
I'll do the stalag thing part, and you do the putting them both together part. How about that?
Okay. Wait, do we have another rope? Because it's probably gonna take like 20 feet to wrap around the stalagmite to make sure it's good and anchored.
Yeah, I can probably spare some 20 feet. I'm gonna pull out the 20 feet of rope and use my sickle to just cut it off.
Well, why don't you just take
And
the
handle
whole
the bundles
50?
of them. You said you only needed 20.
Well, it's better to have a little bit more than what you need.
You can cut off more, but you can't add on.
That's right.
I throw him the 30-foot roll instead.
All right. You see, Gregory, you gotta loop it, and then you got to swoop it, and then you pull.
Alright. I ain't about to try, but alright. Let's get then.
All right. Well, me and Gregory are gonna go be heroes. Anyone that wants to join us? Luna, if you want to stand guard up here, I totally understand.
I ain't saying all that, just if it's where we
Yeah, I
need
thought
to
you
go,
said just-
where we need to go, right?
It's the only way forward.
See, Javen knows. Mate, you
mean,
got to
is
get
it-
in the backpack again.
I guess the only way down.
And you guys are totally gonna die without me, so I guess I'll go.
I know. That's why I want you to come.
Y'all, alright.
All right, let's go. So start climbing down, leading the way.
Clyde, you want me to take Mitty again? You want to leave him up here?
He's already getting in the backpack.
Alright, Mitty.
He just
You
feels
climb
called.
up me like that. Damn. Alright, there we go then.
I just follow after Greg.
Yep, follow after Samantha.
Long then, I'll bring up the rear.
Okay. As one by one, the Valiant Seven begin to descend this collaborative rope and descend down into this dark cave. About halfway down this tunnel where the ceiling and what lies below you is just sort of lost in shadow. Eventually, those who can see in the dark. Sure, give me a stealth check.
As I'm right above you, going clank, 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 clank.
Oh, no, I got a good distance from you. Thank you very much. And you had to get in your backpack.
That's true.
Yep. Slowly but surely, those of you with light illuminating the area, it becomes obvious. Yeah, where you're descending, it seems like you come down maybe about 50, 60 feet before you're no longer within the stonework, and now you're just descending into this open cavern. Thankfully, the rope is long enough that it touches the ground, sort of meddling in with the bones. And there's nowhere else to put your feet, so eventually, Clyde, your feet come crashing, not crashing, but softly padding down onto a pile of bones, rattling ever so slightly, as you sort of make room and make way for the rest of the party to descend down into this open, although very cold cavern. And as the light basks across this frozen scape, you see more of these stalagmites, some of them reaching almost as high as the ceiling, almost touching the tips of other stalactites. But it's not the really appeal of what it's not really the focus of your vision here. You realize amidst the bones beneath your feet as you find your ground, there's looks like frozen viscera, strips and slatherings of this once gleaming and now just glistening as if preserved in ice, pieces of human and animal bodies. And mixed between them seem to be these strange shapes, carved or forged with the blood, into these eerily familiar stars.
This is a gruesome sight. I haven't seen one. Yeah, I don't think we could have bared all this.
I don't think these are natural. I think somebody drew them.
No kidding, Clyde.
No, I'm not kidding.
What in the world?
Why are some of them bigger than the other ones?
Luna, that book give you any other tips on what exactly we looking for down here?
It said something about a mistake or a secret. Sounds like something went bad and might have caused this. I guess we're looking for something that needs fixing, or...
I see footprints.
Maybe in their quest to stop the dragons, they tapped into the wrong kind of magic.
I see bloody footprints.
Macla, you see down the way with your vision down, I guess towards... You kind of get a good bearing of where you are right now. You're facing, I guess, what you call east. And mixed in with the blood, you see not just one set, but several. A lot of them barefooted, scattering, not quite in line with one another, all headed in the same direction.
Some kind of crazy person down here. You don't just walk around in bare feet in a frozen cave. That's how you get sick.
Pass by this little strange thing on the ground. I'm just gonna take my boot and just scrape across the edge of it, see if I can just mess up the pattern.
Oh yeah, it resists you at first because it seems like this thing's been sort of set in the wall for a while in the cold, allowing it to congeal and harden over time. But you're strong, and with the sole of your boots scraping across the stonework, it eventually begins to smear through the middle, and the star is broken.
Ugh. This is... I don't know what this is. Alright, Clyde, where'd you go?
What, I'm right here.
I can believe that.
You know, maybe we should try to be as quiet as possible. I don't like how there's so many different ways into this room right now.
I mean, the noise I made coming down that hole, I'm pretty sure anybody that's home knows we're here.
Yeah, we were kind of noisy up there. And then you did kind of drop that torch, and it did kind of clatter when it hit the ground. That would be enough to alert anybody down here that there is somebody trying to come down here as well.
Look, the feet are getting smaller. Oh shit, Mitty, get out of the hole.
I mean, unless you want to use that magic again, Clyde, that's the only real way you gonna get me to be quiet.
No, I better save it just in case. This looks ominous.
Fair enough.
Can I tell, like, are these all like humanoid tracks? Are they human? Are they goblin?
Yeah, it looks like a combination of just different sizes, but they're all bare, they're all smattered in blood, and they're all sort of scattered down this tunnel leading in the same direction. Give me a survival check with advantage.
Oh, I don't know how to do that. Told you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So most of them just seem humanoid. I mean, it's sort of like when you first started encountering these things long ago. They have familiar movements to people, but mostly they are similar to be humans. Like it looks like someone was just a number of people were running from and into this area. You even see some coming back towards you, although they don't seem to be covered in blood. And you get deeper into this tunnel, and you can see it's not the ground that really catches your eyes, it's the walls. You can see it looks like something's been scraping along them.
What the fuck scrapes along the wall?
Looks like sharpened, similar to what tore along the boat. One claw marks that go up the walls, and some of them over the ceiling. Almost hard to say what direction they're going in, but the deeper you get,
Get up there.
They
Through
can
this
climb, can't they? Some of them
I
can
know,
climb.
but it's not easy to climb on a ceiling.
as you go deeper down into this tunnel, there's no wind here. And yet every so often you hear a sound that would mimic a breeze blowing through these tunnels, as if there's some sort of channel going through them. But as it grows louder and just seems to wash over you, you don't feel anything. You don't feel the harshness of the air pressing into your skin. You just sort of feel this shiver, this cold. And again, those of you who have that sensation, those around your necks, around your feet, and midi in your shoulder, that familiar chill begins to resonate and pierce a bit deeper.
Well, maybe they inviting us in.
I don't know.
I don't think they're going to want to talk.
Well, that's fine. I mean, we don't have to talk. We can just, kill it.
We don't even know what it is.
Well, I don't know. Maybe we need to start the swinging.
I don't know. Everything else on this island seems quite welcome so far. Let's see what they got waiting for. As it is quite obvious. Craig's weirdly upbeat about all this.
I was literally about to say something in character. You seem to be taking this rather well, Timberson. Normally, though you shouldn't, I would expect to see you shivering at what it is we're dealing with.
Do I? I don't know. I mean, we here, right? We gonna stop this thing.
That's right.
Just putting one foot in front of the other till we get there.
Then we kill it.
Glad to see your resolves sort of hardened up ever since that fight.
Something about it.
I heard something in the cave.
Must be a ghost.
I mean, Samantha, let's look at the bright side. At least it's not windy, and I think it's a little bit warmer down here.
No, it is in fact a few degrees colder.
My ankle kinda hurt.
Normally, the deeper you go.
Wait, what happened to your ankle?
I got bit there, but it's okay because
You got what?
I was bit there earlier yesterday.
Wait, so your ankle? Wait.
No, it's fine.
Wait.
Gregory took care of it.
Samantha, does your neck hurt then?
It has been for some time.
So just grab Mitty right by the cheeks and go, Mitty, are you okay?
You notice as you were going to the cave with him, Clyde. You sort of shifted when he was in Greg's bag, when everyone else was wincing, and then as it seems like every time your friends sort of have a reaction to this strange sound, Mitty is one of them.
Oh no!
Is that why you were squirming, Mitty?
Wait, so then like you're connected to it?
I don't like the sound. I don't like the sound of that. I don't like that idea at all.
You shouldn't like the sound of that. That's fucking creepy.
I mean, let me have a look at you. Kind of. I'll figure this out one of these days. I'll rub my eyes as I start to feel sort of the light and the warmth on my face just spread and more spread across my face and then directly into my eyes as I open them up and look at Samantha, Persephone, and Mitty, expecting a terrible thing all around us, obviously.
Oh yeah, this time I'm sure you braced yourself. You've felt this sensation, this terrible roar ripping through your ears, just almost annihilating your senses, but you've come here with new resolve, and you've come here with light in your heart. And when you open your senses up, allowing those floodgates to just pour over you, you're ready for it. The sound hits you hard, but your focus is on your friend. You see them, each of them seem relatively fine, although just the slightest, strangest wisps of desecration just sort of lingering over their wounds. Samantha's most obvious around her neck. Persephone.
Oh, Persephone, nothing. Oof.
And Persephone's fine. Or she's dead.
Yeah, I guess I'm dead.
Oh no.
Her leg exploded.
Persephone around her ankle, and Mitty up by his shoulder. You can see it looks like this terrible bite mark that, remember, quite some time ago you mended, but even now it just seems to not quite the same ignition it had before, not that seed of energy that's bleeding out into them. It just seems to be like, in the same way that one would see heat rising over a cold surface, seeing the air sort of shimmer, the air just seems to be ever so slightly desecrated around those areas, as if almost ready to spark again. But as you're looking at them, Greg, keeping your focus solely on your friends, trying to drown out the sounds, something does reach into your ear. Something that pries past your focus, almost wraps around you as if this presence just sort of emulsifies you, like you're putting on a cold robe that drapes over your skin and chills you to the bone as something just whispers. Are you cold, human? And then with that, your senses return to normal.
Yeah, the start of that, what I've done before on this island, where this darkness is all around, that almost seems to trying to be swallowing me up. I assume it's a bit different this time. Instead of seeing the darkness right in front of my face, it almost seems like it's avoiding me ever so slightly. I even reach my hand out ever so slightly just to feel the space around me. Then I see Samantha and Persephone and go, yeah, there's something, and then I hear the whisper. The hell?
The direction that he looks like. What is it?
Wait, what is it?
It was a... Y'all not hear that? It was a voice.
No.
Please tell me I'm not hearing voices.
Wait, I didn't even blow my whistle.
I mean,
I'm not hearing anything yet.
it called me human, so I'm assuming it... Well,
Wait, how does it know that you're a human?
hell if I know, Clyde. But, yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure they know we here.
Where?
You should be extra careful.
I'm not afraid to get in a little bit of a tuffle.
And yeah, and for your information, you son of a bitch, no, I ain't cold.
But it asked you if you're cold.
I don't
Yeah,
think anyone asked him if he was cold. I hope it's not directed to one of us.
whispered some crazy nonsense trying to get up under my skin. Too late for that. We almost already seen what these sons of bitches had to do. Can't get much worse than this. Let's get going, Clyde. Yeah?
Let's go fucking do it.
Samantha person, Mitty. I mean, yeah, there was something.
Was it bad?
No, it's like, I don't know, like when you get a cut and flies are drawn to it, I guess. It's just like the darkness of the place. I don't know, sticking to it. But I'm sure we get rid of whatever's causing this. You be right as rain.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping.
I'm gonna shoot it with an arrow.
Just let me know if it gets any worse. I'll do what I can to make it right again.
So just grab Matey by the cheeks, go, Matey, you're gonna bite him back.
You just pull up Mitty's cheeks, and you see his cheeks sort of smush up to his jowls, and he just in response.
That's a good boy.
Sort of crack my knuckles on one hand, but just moving my hand. Well, you're going, right?
Yeah. No point in
Absolutely.
keeping the voice waiting.
Hearing Greg just these last few moments, and then hearing his sort of interestingly witty comeback, so to speak, against whatever it is that's talking to him, and just the way that he's behaving, Samantha's just kind of paying more and more attention to him. She kind of depends on him to be the wall between the things that want to kill her and the things they're trying to kill. And she wants to make sure her wall is not crumbling. Just trying to look at him and see if his demeanor seems genuine as best she can. Never been the greatest at reading people, but he is a priority.
All right. Samantha, give me an... Oh, yeah.
Inside check.
Give me an insight check. Greg, give a deception check or a persuasion check.
Should whisper it to God.
Sure. I get it. Oh, should I whisper it to you?
You can if you want. You want to hide it.
Do it. Do it.
Genuine or you lie.
It's always better.
Only God will know.
I'll roll the insight in public, though.
Sure. Whisper rolls.
But if you did the if you just click on the little GM thing on that dice thing, that'll work too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Set it to a toggle.
Samantha, for the last couple months you've been with Greg, you've had a pretty good handle on the way he says things, the way he acts, and especially in the most recent month when you've sort of clashed ideals, when you found that you maybe don't have as much in common with him, when you guys realize, well, maybe you don't always see things eye to eye, you thought you finally knew him. And as you're looking at him now, it's kind of hard to say he's the same guy you stood beside and fought those goblins with. That man, while courageous to protect his friends, had a sense of realism to him. He always looked over his shoulder, back to his family, back to his home, with worry. But the way Greg walks now, ahead of you guys, light in his hand, guiding the way, he's not looking back now. He's looking forward.
Seeing that, kind of just getting like the three snake focus, taking a look at him along with her own eyes, and just kind of reading that from him, Samantha takes in a deep breath of this horrid, smelly, cold air, but she can't help but feel a bit of warmth from that. Alright. Let's take care of this and get the fuck off this island.
Wait, baby, if we kill it though, it'll make the island warm again.
Oh, God. Oh, please don't even tempt me with thinking about that being a possibility.
Tread along deeper into the cave.
Into the tunnel.
Gregor
It only takes you guys about... Okay, everyone take a break.
Everyone peer
You're gonna need
into
it.
the snow. That way, no matter what, we got him. We got him.
Hey, viewers, you want to take a... Oh, yeah. Never mind. Never mind.
That's true.
Almost not coming there.
Where are the zombies' clothes, God?
Oh, they're coming. You know, people often ask me, Clyde, how is it that you have so much energy? How is it that you're just always so happy? Except when you're murdering things. I tell them all the time. I drink this great thing called Artisan Coffee. It's a small batch coffee company that creates amazing flavors like maple bacon and like I think there's peanut butter. And I heard even tonight that there's a fucking strawberry cheesecake. And it supports local artists that make really cool art actually on the little bags of coffee. And did you know that there's this guy out there on the interweb called Lionhead Gaming? And apparently, if you go and type in his code, Lion10, you get a 10% discount off of this Artisan coffee. You should really try it. And if you don't like it, well then that's just too bloody bad. Because it's fucking amazing.
Clyde, are you saying that you can support your local artists and also get delicious coffee?
That's exactly what I'm saying. You support the great work that's on each and every bag because it supports the artists that they've partnered with. I mean, maybe at some point Persephone could show you the last batch that she got. They're really cool.
Oh, I sure love to see a new batch.
I know. I mean, if Luna drank coffee, I'm sure she'd have some too.
I didn't mean to actually force a break. I got my headphones on. I can hear you guys.
I know. I want you guys to take a break because I don't do that enough.
Yeah.
Gotta empty your bladders.
Sometimes you do.
You know, I have a bag of the coffee she was drinking around here somewhere, but I don't know where I put it. Or maybe she.
I don't know. She said it was strawberry cheesecake.
It is. It's like you can tell what it is she's making from just the smell. From like it doesn't even.
But
smell
you
like
can
coffee.
smell it.
Like it literally. I thought she literally bought a whole cheesecake when she was making it this morning, and I was like, "What the fuck?"
Were you disappointed?
You're like, is there
I would have been
cheesecake?
extremely disappointed.
I woke up and I was like, "Oh, is there cheesecake?" And she's making fucking coffee. Like I couldn't smell the coffee.
That's good. That's good. That's good.
It's really flavorful. It's so
Trade. How dare you?
Such an intense thing. We appreciate your patience as we're coming back in what it is that may be further down this tunnel.
Well, it's obviously a fucking battle.
Does your
Or maybe we'll just come up and we'll shake hands and we'll say, oh, sorry, oh, no, it's fine. No, you have a lovely time on your island. Just stay on the island. We'll just build a fence. It'll be great.
I just wanted to give you a blanket. I thought you were cold.
Oh my god.
You said, fuck you. You're gonna die now.
All your stuff still work, Omen? Is that stuff still up and running, or is it all dead?
I mean, kinda. I'm doing stuff with it right now, and I'm like, I spent too much time working on other things and managing music. Plus, I want to pull away from that a little bit. I like all my sounds, but I want to try and... I'm working on a different angle right now, to say that.
A different angle?
Different angle with my music and sound.
Ooh.
No crazy
What do you mean? What?
Crazy wind whooshing noises?
Oh,
You'll
damn
just
it!
have to see. Ooh. Down the line.
refresh.
Oh, I gotta refresh now too. Gotta mute Samantha again.
Refresh all the things!
Oh no, it's just a black dot.
20, and its wonderful camera system.
Oh, yeah. Now I can actually see Brendan.
But I can't see Omen. Oh, there's
I can see
Omen.
you.
Now I can't see. Damn it! Now I have to mute Jordan and Omen.
Not that mute me, I'm always sending video.
No, I do. Because then you echo.
Okay.
Alright, let's do this.
Literally, when I thought I had everyone, I lost the DM. Awesome.
Mm-hmm. That'll happen.
There we go.
Oh, there he is.
You can't lose Omen. There's a whole freaking trail of bloody footprints that leads right to him.
Oof. That's true.
Horrifying.
Now it works. Just had to log out and serve back in. What the fuck?
Mute you again.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. All the technical difficulties are done, and all the pee is gone. No more pee in this game.
Oh wait, hold on, I got.
You guys only travel for about 20 minutes. Still basically pressing on to the early afternoon of this day. When the tunnel comes to a strange shift. You see, it looks like the stonework around you that would be natural to the land. Well, it looks like you found a point where suddenly it just shifts into, it looks like some sort of old brick in the ground, although it's thin, almost pointing in a line in the direction you're going. Persephone, it's very reminiscent of what you've seen in Inniland. It's a very old, archaic architecture, very akin to the way that elves build their own stonework. Something they're not too keen on. That's more of dwarven craft, but the elves are known to burrow themselves in the mountains when times call for it. And at the end, maybe about 20, maybe not 20 feet, about 120 feet along this strange walkway, you notice that it looks like this tunnel would branch off into different points, doorways, as if this was part of a greater network, but something has shifted in this earth, something you've been noticing since you've gotten to this mountain. You see piles of stone and frost filling these doorways, leading down to a single narrow tunnel. As if it's basically guiding you down to the end. And in this darkness, you could see, as the light of Gregory's, light, continues to burn and illuminate everything in a soft yellow glow, you see the glinting of ice that seems to coat the walls in front of you. And eventually, when you walk past this frozen tunnel, you see a door. A massive door, reaching about 20 feet in height, the ceiling basically just capping the top of this door, but it's not really in sturdy condition. The door looks like the middle where the hinges would meet have been warped and torn open as if some force just ripped its way through. And easily enough, if you were to push, give it a touch, they would open, although somewhat weighted. Push your way on through this low, droning creak, echoing throughout this now apparently vast academy. The ceilings here reach about 60 feet in height, just on the edge of your vision, just touching the edge of your light. You see pieces where this very dome-shaped stonework breaks off, chunks of it now laying on the ground around you, and pieces of the actual mountain hanging above. All around you, formed in this almost perfectly circular shape, are bookshelves with scrolls and all sorts of literature strewn all about, pillars interplaced between them, and it looks like desks and shelves knocked us to the side and covered in a layer of this numbing frost. But at the center, it looks like a long, round, not desk, but counter of stone. Something that looks like a scholar would lay their supplies, their tools, anything they would use to research upon it. And just on the edge of some of your vision, you can see a very vague shape, something chalked into the ground, something carved into the stone. A very familiar shape. That of a star. As you enter the Lost Academy.
Whoa.
The fuck is this place?
It's like a school.
Horizon Paracelsus is still dead.
Oh!
Didn't know what I was expecting, but this is certainly different. Like a library or something.
Oh, absolutely. A library. As Clyde picks up a book.
Elven Magic Academy. As I try to think back through my memory of history, I'm trying to remember what nation this island was supposed to be under the control of.
You knew that in some time. This was an elven island. It was ruled over and lived on by the ancestors of the elves. So it's pretty. Even if you didn't know this yourself, you would easy to assume this was once under Inniland's control. But for whatever reason, it's sort of been marked off of maps, possibly due to low traffic. Not really something wanting to be called under Inniland. Maybe the Civil War had something to do with it. But at one point, this was an island, an Illyrian rather. It was an Illyrian island.
Persephone's gonna veer off the aisle and scan over some of the book titles.
Definitely written in Elvish.
And as you guys are stepping around these pillars, getting closer to it's like the center of this place, you notice more things strewn about the area. Some of them cling to the ground with a layer of frost upon them. You see men in robes. Many of them look like to be scholars, but no longer moving. Black robes clinging to their bodies, just sort of stuck to the ground. You can see through the peaking of this torn and tattered cloth, long, pale arms with outstretched claws. They lay still on the ground.
What in the
Do these
world?
books look burnt?
The books themselves? Not entirely. You see some of them that look like they've been touched by some sort of magic. The edges of them frayed, sort of like in a different color. Some of them just seem to be breaking off in your hand, possibly due to age. Most of these things just seem to be covered in a layer of frost, as if they've been sitting in this essential ice box for years and years and years.
Huh.
So these fellas here think they've been here since who knows how long? Back when they were fighting dragons and whatnot? God, kids come down here?
Thousands of years.
Wait a minute. Do you really think the children came down here?
Well, the children made it as far as the cave. Pelia said that was where the kids often went. But maybe they didn't make it quite this far.
Yeah, there was all them drawings like kids were making a fort or something, but that was
Gregory.
that was a big hole. I don't know if they'd crawl down here.
Gregory, you got one of your kids like books, don't they?
Yeah,
You should grab some.
let me make sure that
Too old to be preserved. A lot
Yeah.
of them were just crumbling at the touch.
So I'm just gonna pick up one. Does it just crumble at my touch?
You
Pages.
pick up the book, sort of lift off the ground. You find a really hefty one. Sam would probably like this. And as you lift it off the ground, lift off it where it was resting, immediately just a third of the pages just sort of spill out on the ground and just spread everywhere. Some of them, sort of fluttering in the air before they dash over and sort of skid across even this circle in the middle of the room. And the moment that page crosses the circle, the sort of breeze pours over the room. All the robes seem to shift on the ground. And you hear sort of a strange cacophony
I dropped the book immediately.
of voices.
here we go.
Is that life? Is that a warmth I feel?
And it's strange because you hear it everywhere. You look to the ground and you see the peeking of a jagged jaw sticking out from one of the hoods of these robes, opening and shutting to talk. It's coming from the one in front of you, Persephone. It's coming from the one back behind Luna. It's coming from the one off in the distance. And Samantha, give me a wisdom saving throw.
What the fuck is going on?
That's right, it's whatever's happening. You just hear me say, you damn right it is. You just hear that voice.
As
In your mind.
Samantha, the voice, your mouth just almost tears open for a second as the voice comes from your mouth as well.
I stare horrified at Samantha.
But then you're back to normal. Slowly.
Uh-huh.
Are you okay?
Yeah, let's not mess with any more books.
One of the bodies begins to slowly rise off the ground, this robed figure standing up, and as it stands, you can hear this terrible creaking sound as you see its hands push at the ground, these claws pressing into the stonework. But as it rises off the ground, its arms don't seem to bend. They seem to stretch, as if the bones and the flesh themselves were being broken and repaired in this terrible cacophony of crackling and leathery snapping. As this ridiculously tall, albeit thin figure stands before you in front of this circle, over 15 feet in height, clad in, it looks like this long flowing robe that would have been far too long for its body. And when its head reels back, the hood pulling past its face, just revealing enough of its figure, you don't see much of a face. You see this, what can only really be called a massive set of gums, within which is held this almost endless depth of gnashing and cracking teeth.
My will is my own. As I just prepare to cast Eldritch Blast.
You are begging.
What means
Well,
it's
I
gonna
guess there's
fall?
no point not warning anymore.
Your will
Alright then.
is the hunger's, and you stare at its maw. You will bend. You will break. You will feel the hunger. Unless
And this thing seems to just, it almost looks like it steps. You see its foot reaching forward, this gnarled, twisting thing, stepping on the air and pulling itself forward closer.
Alright, that's far enough.
Hearing its response, I shoot it in the fucking face.
As the magic flies out, this thing immediately holds out its hands, and you can see its mouth open wide as the horror begins. Everyone, roll me some initiative.
The
There's
horror!
the magic words!
Horror!
Alright, so
Mhm.
for
Oh
my
no,
next
what
character,
happened?
my druid
I'm
walks out of
scared.
the forest.
Good job, Mitty!
Oh, pity. Murder your
This is a
druid.
rare thing. This is a rare thing. Mitty's actually going before me. Damn it, Mitty.
He delays his turn until after Clyde as per
He holds his action.
It's a good thing, because he gets into position, so then when you shoot something, you can post it.
Yeah, because I could have him do his movement and then I can have him hold. Yeah, okay. Math.
'Cause most of the time, you go first, so you shoot, but he's not near anything, so
That's true.
you don't get your little bonus.
Look at you being all smart, Gregory.
I'm a tactical genius!
It's like you're a tactical genius.
You're a mechanics dude.
Morgan's like, not to fucking fluff his feathers for him, but he's a rarity. He's a munchkin that can roleplay and does so very well. Drag these horrible abominations out of the depths, but they make sense for the character, and it's great.
I pick up a book, and now I'm one level in wizard also.
Yep.
Yeah, you you just pick up a book from ancient elven times in a secret library, and yeah, you just become a wizard. That's how that works.
I've always had a penchant for magic. Especially necromancy.
I was totally gonna ask if like the black circle and the star looked like it was stone or like it was really something else. Stuff started popping off.
Before you popped off.
And it like flew into the circle and started the fight.
Yeah, it looks like it's been carved into the ground, almost ingrained. You can see pieces of where the stonework has fallen away, and the earth can be seen beneath it. This sort of strange, soft soil, but even where the stone breaks, this strange symbol remains.
Like, if it was
God, I
carved
sure
in,
hope
which
that-
it sounds like it was, compared to if it was constructed as part of the stonework, means two really different things. Like, oh yeah, this was just an awesome satanic elf cult place by default.
Alright. As you guys begin to charge your magic, pull out your weapons, and ready yourselves to strike. Mitty, you are the first to basically get into the fray, eager to bite. You were inspired by Clyde's words that you're gonna bite the shit out of something. As it is your turn.
He's gonna run up there, and then he's gonna hold his action to bite when Clyde shoots an arrow.
Alrighty, this thing turning its seemingly eyeless head down towards you, Mitty. You look up, and up into its hood, thanks to your dark vision, you just see this massive pink flesh carving all the way up to the back of its head where the hood stops, and this massive set of jaws looking down at you. But Clyde...
Is this just like a ring, or is this like elevated?
It's about like 5 feet up. It's like a desk. Like a big old stone, like, setting for books and stuff.
How tall are these?
How tall or what?
The
Those are about 15 feet tall.
Bigots.
Okay. I'm gonna climb the bookcase.
Tall ass bookcases.
As you haul yourself up on top of this desk and pull yourself away, jumping in basically on top of the bookshelf. Let's see. 1 second.
This is where we find out that everything in this room, all the books, are mimics.
Okay. Yep. As you are 15 feet up on top of this bookshelf.
That's a little... It's almost coming down from the heavens, so it just kind of floats. This little green leaf that everybody's seen countless times attaches right to this thing's forehead. As I cast a little hunter's mark.
That green leaf.
That green leaf, as I fire.
As the leaf flutters in the air and settles on this thing's head, your arrow comes through the air and pierces right through it. Feeling, ooh! As the arrow comes flying in and strikes, you can see it bury itself in this thing's flesh, and then you hear the jaws snapping, and just as they clack together, the arrow sort of breaks off and falls, as... Looks like it would have hit pretty well, but doesn't seem quite as effective
And as
as what it could be.
as its jaws clap down, Mitty's jaws clap down. Not once.
As Mitty,
but
your
twice.
jaws reach up, and you...
One from his held action, one from his bonus thing for Clyde Sheep.
But those are
They're both reactions, though.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, both reactions? Oh,
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah. As Mitty, you reach up and you bite into the cloth and you rip and you tear and you realize what should have been a leg standing up on this ground is empty. The rope rips away and you see his feet just sort of floating in the air as he seems to be floating just slightly off the
He
ground.
doesn't have any legs. Bite him in the chest. Is this gonna be my turn?
Okay. Samantha, your magic formed in your hands. You see your allies acting, but this time you are on the up and up. You are quick to get your action going. What do you do?
I begin to conjure forth the Eldritch Bow that seems to spring around my scepter, and as I just start to pull back to shoot into this thing's chest, you can see what normally looks like a relatively sort of, kind of almost formless, short bow sized thing. Just seems to, as I pull back, just get much, much larger as it becomes almost like what we would imagine like a great bow would look like, just really big. And I just let loose 2 Eldritch Blast shots into its chest as I just say, almost in a hushed breath just to it, I did not say you could come any closer to me.
Okay, give me those shots. I'll forgot to roll our initiative too. Oh, look at you. Make her go next.
Luna's so quick.
How'd you get his spear? Come on. Ooh, as your first shot, Samantha, comes flying at this creature, you see it come flying into his body, hitting dead on. It doesn't even try to avoid it at first before it gets a little closer, but as it strikes into its chest, the rope tears away. You see it sort of poof across its body, the energy rippling. And though you see more of its exposed flesh, seemingly pale and covered in this series of black veins, it doesn't seem to have much impact, but the second shot coming into it finally manages to strike the same spot and burrow into its flesh, tearing away and wearing away at its form. As the first hit doesn't quite connect, but the second hit does. Ooh! But it certainly does hit hard.
15 damage, and as he gets hit, he can just feel my will overpowering his. He's trying to get closer. That's not what I fucking want. Move 10 feet back.
Oh. As this thing gets pushed through the air, compelled almost by your will. Sec, 1 second. Why were you like that? Roll initiative again. Yeah, 21.1. Yeah. Damn, girl. Yeah, we'll do
Don't
that.
worry about it. It doesn't matter where he is right now.
Okay, we'll move her right here because that's where she should be. Okay. As it comes down to Luna, just sort of scoffing and sighing at all that's going on, she very carefully steps to the side, trying to get around this pillar. Not trying to keep it too much sight of this thing, as seems like everyone else is making quite a scene. She's going to hold out her hand, and magic begins to swirl within. You see this flame begin to spark in her palm before it gets engulfed in darkness, as she's going to try and throw out a firebolt at this thing, just sort of testing its metal. And boop. Ooh, but trying to shoot around her allies and get to this thing. Seeing Samantha's magic battering it and pushing it away, the bolt goes flying forward and just basically goes up to its head. She's shooting up at it towards its chest, and as it moves in position, it sort of... She's firing at where it once was before it slid backwards. Ah, damn it. As she tries to pull on more of her magic, but realize her well is getting low, as she instead is going to try and take some cover behind this pillar. And beneath your feet, Mitty, you could feel this cold air beginning to rise up as this black energy, almost like liquid pooling out, ink pooling out into liquid. This blackness begins to spill from the ground and up into the air from this sigil. As it seems like even though this thing is your target, even though this thing seems to be the pinnacle of everything that's been going on this island, this place itself is your enemy.
Mitty, move!
As beneath your feet, Mitty, the energy begins to coalesce and crackle and whipping out suddenly, trying to lash into your body. Mitty, give me a dexterity saving throw.
You know what? He has advantage.
Mitty, but on Clyde's orders, you're ready to dodge this thing, as suddenly this crackling bolt of energy comes writhing up underneath you. But you manage to pull yourself out of the way as it shoots up into the ceiling and crashes as you barely avoid... I'll show you. As you barely avoid this suddenly, like almost like a lightning bolt made out of darkness. As it flies up and smashes into the ceiling, leaving sort of like a trail of debris falling down. But thankfully you dodged it. But as you step to the side, Mitty, you tried to bite out at this thing. You see it lower itself slowly to the ground just next to you. And its head begins to push forward beyond its hood. And you can see this mouth goes all the way down to its neck, almost this perfect circle as it opens up, no tongue inside, just a depth, a sea of teeth.
A snack before the hunger can be sated.
As it's gonna try and bite out at you.
Would you fucking bite my dog?
Ooh. As Mitty, dodging that lightning, caught you off guard as the teeth sink down into your shoulder. Give me a strength saving throw. Or constitution saving. Yeah, where you feel that terrible darkness spreading again. It's denser this time. When you've been bitten by a creature, it carried so much malice within. You barely were able to shake it off, but this time you were prepared enough. As you were able to stave off some of this energy, but the cold still remains. You take 21 piercing damage and 2 necrotic damage.
Yeah, I'm feeling... Oh no.
Yo, Mitty, we come.
As he uses...
My dog.
As this pulls his teeth from your body, you see blood drool. You see, like, straight. The blood seems to be sticking between his teeth and his form as it sort of pulls into his maw. And as it goes from this crimson red from his flesh up into this creature's mouth, it darkens into the sickening black as he lurches forward towards the rest of you, still keeping you within his reach.
Nothing to gain now.
As he's looking towards the rest of you now. Javen!
Very ugly. why don't you eat this? The Javen sort of paces around and then he jumps up, his fist spinning around in a circle and striking him in the jaw.
Oh.
Uppercutting this sucker. One might even say, sure you can.
Some sort of rising dragon punch from a dragonborn. Give me that punch, baby.
Oh, this is where I miss, because I did a call.
Oh.
Hey!
No, there's a
Yeah,
fire
you
lit
guys
underneath you,
got 30
Javen. And that fire raises you off the ground as you raise your fist up and crash into its jaw. It's almost like punching a statue, but your fist connects and hits soundly. Give me that damage.
As in doing so, I literally make him eat my fist. And just try to disrupt whatever is going on in his mouth. Maybe break a couple teeth as I push forward, following through. Making sure this guy won't be able to do anything for a bit, hopefully. As I... Stunning strike!
Alright.
The monk thing.
As you force your energy into its body, trying to rattle its form and keep it from doing that terrible thing it just did to me to anyone else, you feel it strangely resistant to this energy forcing its way into its body, as if, again, it's like trying to shove your key through a solid statue. It's resisting, but let's see. Ooh. But the energy dissipates and this thing remains strong.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to do? Punch boy?
Yep. My second attack. As I just try to kick it up. Still sort of hovering. Just in quick succession. As I also... Yeah, just one more shot.
Coming down to with another strike, give me that damage. As you connect soundly, battering into its body, you can feel it's hardened, but with enough blows, well, 1,000 cuts can take it down a mountain. As second strike connects and crashes to its body.
Yeah, come and get it. As I prepare for the onslaught. As I take a... Yeah, I'll use my bonus action to dodge. Sort of lumber up a bit. Come at me. Is that my turn?
Alright. As Persephone.
How do you fight the floor? The first thing that comes to mind is Moonbeam? Maybe? It touches the floor.
Ooh.
I cast that. Where's my fucking circle?
Good roll.
Yeah. Little baby Moonbeam. I know it's so small.
5 foot radius. You need a 10-foot.
10 foot.
Oh, is it?
That'd be so adorable. As this beam of silver light begins to fill the air.
Oh no.
Thankfully, due to this thing's size, almost completely encapsulates it, as its form is tall but not too wide. As the light begins to glow around it.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna use my movement to get behind this pillar here.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
I'm not taking the hide action, but it's like, oh, hey, look, pillar. And pillar. And that's my turn.
Okay. As Gregory, you see this thing illuminated in light before you, having just torn a bite out of Mitty, weathered some blows from Javen, but now basically floats before you, imposing itself.
Yeah, so I just see this fucking monster just toss my torch to the ground, pulling out my great sword as I start to take steps off to one side, trying to get more in between it and Samantha, as looking at everyone around me, and you just start to feel a force sort of wash over you ever so slowly. Alright, you big bastard. I don't know what the hell you used to be, but you brought a whole bunch of evil in this damn world. We here to put a stop to. Everybody, let's do this! As I hold up my blade, light starts to radiate off of it, as it just seems like the light just bursts outwards from me. As Samantha your arm, one that you hold your scepter with, starts to glow. Javen, your fists start to glow. Clyde, your quiver starts to glow. Each little arrow, as I'm going to cast myself, a 2nd level bless. So I'm blessing the 4 of us.
Nice.
Sure. Well, angel fish.
I mean, it's obviously the machine gun.
As I just hold up my sword in front of this thing. Let's get this over with. That's my turn.
Your light begins to cast basically a dim glow over this area, along with the silver light that now beams on this creature. Seems like the darkness of his cloak begins to ever so slightly retract before it lurches forward towards you, Gregory.
What I am is far greater than anything you can comprehend. You will know the hunger. You will feel its wrath.
As it lurches itself back, and you can see that mouth begin to tear open and then just releases this terrible cry. And there's silence for a moment before the ice around you begins to crack, and you hear resounding all around you. As things begin to make themselves known, pouring itself out of the frozen work of this stone, almost through the series of tunnels that breaks from the frost, you see creatures pulling themselves from your surroundings. The first of which seem almost familiar, walking around on seemingly all fours, crawling down from these walls so they hit the ground. These creatures that look like they were once people, but their bodies are sprouting these terrible spines from them. Although these ones seem like they've been less touched by the cold. Their flesh no longer basically bound to this sort of scaly prison, but their movements are so much faster. As they begin to sprint on all fours, tearing across the stonework, you hear the claws scraping across the ground as they bolt over the stone and land before you, Gregory and Samantha. Another one darting between these, bookshelves, making it about here in front of you, Clyde. This thing almost looks like a wolf the way it moves, but it's more like a terrible rendition of a person. Another one coming close to where you are, but circling to the side, getting close to you, Persephone. This thing scattering across the ground, coming for a bite.
Call you damn friend.
But as it lurches its teeth forward towards you, you raise your arm to defend yourself with that bracelet of that moly rests, and you see it reel itself back for just a moment before snapping out almost blindly. As it snaps out at the air around you, still protected by that magic. And lastly, around the corner, another one of these creatures comes lurching over. As Luna ducks behind this pillar, it lurches around the other side, trying to bite at her. Ooh, but too quick, too on guard. She manages to pull herself away, almost pulling herself up along the pillar as this thing scoots underneath her, where it pulls itself back, trying to snap at her. She lands back on the ground in a defensive posture, trying to avoid the damage. As Mitty, you just suffered a hearty blow, but you're still standing. What do you do?
Mitty, pay him back. He bites.
As Mitty, you reach up, and this time your teeth sink into flesh, but they bite, and they bite as hard as they can, and they cannot sink into its skin. Not enough to cause any damage, as even with a 16, that does not truly connect.
Fucking E. No. Well, then I'll just shoot. Well, Mitty's done.
Okay.
Mitty's dead.
No, I was looking. Yeah, he's done. I was just seeing, trying to find out.
It's your turn, Clyde.
Just add bless.
You got the bless on you.
I know, but I can't find it on my fucking character sheet, so I'll just have to add it at the end.
Yeah, just do it the old-fashioned way. Roll d4, baby. As you see Mitty trying to bite at this thing, its teeth not getting too deep, and then before you at the ground, looking up at you, eager to pounce on you, is one of these other wolf-like creatures.
Oh, there we go. 29. Does 29 hit?
29 will definitely hit. As which one are you shooting at? Big guy?
Oh yeah, I'm shooting at the fucking big guy.
Mm-hmm. Marked with your leaf. As, ooh, again, your arrow strikes him this time, but his body's been moving so much, you only manage to catch him on the side, though that leaf glows and that pain deepens ever so slightly. Although it seems like with the arrows you're using, they are not quite as effective at taking this thing down.
As I'm going to just reach back into my other quiver and pull out the silver arrow. As I see the creature in front of me when I draw the arrow, I just kind of lean back on my back foot as I do a little nimble defense.
Oh, there you go.
As Mitty just fucking bites down again.
Ooh, this time, as many of your teeth are still sinking in this thing, after its body gets shot by the arrow, it lurches ever so slightly, leaving it open to bite down harder, and that connects. But just like those arrows, something about them can't quite pierce too deep into its flesh, as it takes not as much damage. And you see you pull and you shake and you rip and you tear and you're ready for this thing to get pulled to the ground, but you sort of just hang in the air as you realize this thing still floats off the ground.
Fucking thing. So that's my turn.
Okie dokie. Samantha.
Hearing the quick footsteps of all of these reinforcements and Samantha always being, for the most part, completely cognizant of what she can see, which is everything around her, with all of the extra eyes she has, she is just going to take a quick moment to conjure forth her Eldritch Blast again and fire one shot at the weird thing running towards her, and then knowing that Luna has been exhausting herself, she is going to spin around and shoot a shot into it as well, into the one assailing Luna.
Okay. As you're shooting at these two duders, this guy and that guy.
Yeah, first shot here, second shot there.
Okay, as you're lining up your shots, this thing, its presence still weighs down upon you. As you see it rearing towards you, it's a bit distracting as you're going to have disadvantage on those shots. There's a hostile creature within 5 feet of you. Mm-hmm. It's like being a sniper and there's a dude like, I'm gonna punch you in the face. Like, you get a little distracted. Can't quite snipe that way.
I don't want disadvantage for this particular shot, so no.
Okay, so you reel back your plan. As you're pulling yourself out of this thing's range, you see it pulls itself, this massive maw, in your direction as it's going to try and bite at you, Samantha. Although, again, with this somewhat necklace held around your neck, this now drying, almost dead, but still very much alive, Molly, going to have a little bit of disadvantage, is going to try and snap out at you.
Oh, nice.
Thankfully, it rears its head back just enough in time so its teeth don't connect with you, as you avoid a hearty blow. Okay, get those 2 shots off as you have a clear line of shot and there's nothing dangerous within 5 feet of you. Ooh, that first shot you're aiming, and thankfully, thanks to the magic of Greg guiding your hand, helping stabilize your magic, just barely avoiding that thing caught you off guard. But with your magic ever so slightly corrected, the missile flying towards this beast, it pulls and strikes it true. And the second one was easily enough. You've defended Luna so many times, you know how to strike around her dodging. As both those attacks will connect. Yeah.
You blasted into the bookcase, motherfucker. Blah.
As this creature gets bombarded with this magical force, you see it hit the bookcase and then suddenly this explosion of pages and binders just filling the air as it gets battered literally through the bookcase. This other one gets shot backwards and bounces its back against the stonework. Maybe about 10 feet, so yeah, out there. As they sort of correct themselves, looking for a new opening. As Aluna, seeing this creature go flying away from it from the bookshelf, turns back to you, Samantha. Thanks, Samantha. As she reaches across the ground, pulling up a couple of stones from the earth, she gives it a quick squeeze, and you can see this pulse of shadow energy rolling across her hand and infusing these stones as she looks down at this creature that dared try to bite her and ruin her outfit. She holds out her hands, and the stones go flying towards her with tremendous force as she's gonna Eldritch Blast this thing. Ooh, 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 as both of them, this thing still reeling from being knocked back, get struck true by this magic. And to do. Although it seems like with the pages in the books flying in the air, some of the debris catches most of the damage and sort of nullifies it. But this creature still is damaged as a result. Let's see. Ooh. As she tries to pull him over magical force, but again, it's just waning so much. Okay, I need a second, guys. As she pulls herself a bit closer to you, Samantha, for a bit of protection. Now she seems to be reaching down and pulling something out of her pack. A small black pearl in her hand, but that's all she can do. As we come down to this symbol again, for a while it seemed to fade for a moment, but then this black energy begins to rise from the sigil. As the black energy begins to suddenly spread up into this creature, this maw of the hunger, you see its mouth begin to inflate almost, the cheeks puffing out, and then it opens its mouth. And both it and the other dead corpses around this place, their mouths sort of snap open. And out from their breath, this silvery fog begins to pour over the area. As it seems like the breath of the dead becomes manifest. As everyone within this fog cloud has a little bit of heavy cover, or heavy obscurement rather. Mm-hmm. You can't quite see each other within. You can't see the things through it. Oh, and the air is just so cold. But that's about it, as this entity, now filled with light that slowly but surely coalescing around it, begins to burn within. As he's got to give you a con save? What did you roll for that damage? 15, good shit.
Yeah.
As, let's see, Ooh, as its form still hardy and resistant, the magic burning across its flesh, you can see places where the black veins along its body are actually beginning to glow ever so slightly, but then it sort of shivers and lets out this growl, and the light fades, as it takes damage, although a much less considerable amount. But then it pulls itself along this fog, looking around, gazing at those who stand before it, sort of brashly pulling itself away from you, Javen. Not giving you so much of a second thought, as its eyes seem to be focused on this man on the edge of the fog. Do you want to try and punch him?
Hey, I said come for me, asshole.
As your fist swings out, the light in your hand guiding you, but this thing just seems to move with a sort of an unnatural amount of speed, as it just sort of hard to gauge when it's actually moving and walking, or when it's basically it's the movement of its legs and body through the air, as if it's mimicking walking, aren't quite to the level of its speed, and it sort of catches you off guard as it pulls away. But it looks down at you, Greg, just on the edge of this fog. You could see it as it's not obscured, but to you, it's ever so slightly covered by this chilling breath as it looks down at you.
You stand before the hunger. You resist its call. I remember your flavor.
And it reaches down, trying to bite at you, Greg.
Oh no! Oh, you ugly bastard! So I just raise up my arm and just let it bite down.
Ooh. As you take 12 piercing damage, this series of teeth, it's like when it bites down, Greg, it feels like it's biting hard, and then biting again, harder and harder and deeper until you manage to pull away. As you take 12 piercing damage, and give me a Constitution saving throw. Ooh.
I make it.
As that cold begins to set in, you feel it settling in your core, something you haven't really felt before with these creatures. But whatever it was trying to instill in you, this thing is trying to fester in your soul, immediately fades away. As you take the necrotic damage, but whatever was trying to seed in your body does not last.
I'm sick of what you're trying to bring into this world. You ain't gonna get to me. I'm gonna be your end.
You possess such. You cannot be changed. Filthy. The hunger does not want you.
As it veers its head elsewhere, moving closer towards the fog. As it barely pulls itself out of your reach, Gregory.
So I'm just swinging into it as it withdraws, pulling back my injured arm, not quite being able to put all the strength I can into it, but still trying to cut out the best I can into the side. 28 to hit.
Oh, 28 will definitely hit.
Light shines on my blade as I try to cut through the fog and cut through its form, as I know this horrible creature, the light will surely burn it away, as I'll give it a first level smite.
Nice.
Ooh.
As Greg, your sword catches into its side, it hits this hard flesh and it catches. It doesn't want to move until you pour that magic into it, and then it becomes a bit slipperier as you'll be able to rip it away and leave this trail of glowing light that burns in its flesh. It calls out in this terrible cry. As let's see, it takes
my weapon is not currently magical.
I know. That's why it caught.
Good deal.
As the light seems to tear away suddenly into its form. Oh, hold on. Not that
24
much.
damage in total?
As you manage to tear into its body and leave this glowing wound that slowly but surely fades. Begins to circle down around here. Sniffing the air.
Who will be next? Which of you is worthy to save the hunger?
As that is its turn. Javen.
Boy, I ain't done with you yet. Javen freaking goes around the moon. Because the moon being evil. Don't look at me like that. Good too. Javen seeing this dog thing and sort of predicting its actions on what it's gonna do, Javen punches it in the nose. Bop him.
Punching this dog in his skeletal bone face. Give me that punch.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah,
You definitely connect. As you bop this thing in the face, it's still trying to reel from when Samantha blasted it, but this time you follow up with a strike, and you bop in the face. You can feel its skull cracking beneath your fist as it reels backwards, and this spray of black blood sprays across the ground.
Yeah, no, stay there. Javen sort of does a pirouette, dancing around. He comes over to the hunger, and basically, jumps up and punches this guy. I'm right here.
As able to basically disorient this thing enough to dance around it and get up on this table. You just reel back your fist and you throw your fist at the Maw of the Hunger.
So I punch it in the back.
Ooh, as this time, while you're facing it, it seemed to give you some sort of defense. Maybe the way it just sort of barely avoided your movements. But this time with its back to you, you definitely catch true with your fist. Give me that damage.
Wow. As I'm striking it, sort of hitting it directly in what I assume its spine, trying to just crush that. And same thing with the chief, sort of dislocating whatever skeletal remains or blobbity that he has under those robes. I spend another key point and try to stunning strike him.
Alright, trying to disrupt whatever is holding this thing together. You can almost feel, Javen, when you strike this thing and try to disassemble it, you can see where these black veins begin to shake and shiver, as it seems like this thing is, although it's stretched and contorted to fit this new size, it's almost barely held together physically. There's something else keeping this thing whole. I just gotta make a con save. What? Ooh, I'm assuming that barely makes it?
Yeah, that makes it.
As again, you feel this thing, the form again is starting to weaken. You see its body starting to fall apart for a moment as you seem to catch onto something, but then snaps back together, no longer disassembled or disoriented by your blow.
As I spend another key warrior blow, just trying to make this guy eat my fist in his back.
Ooh, as both of those will connect, you're making your fists go faster and faster, just trying to connect as many blows as you possibly can to them. As they will all connect.
I clicked the button, roll 20 just died.
Uh-oh.
Being
I
laggy.
believe in you, Javen.
I believe in roll 20 too. Jeopardy music.
Oh. Ooh.
Oh, yep. See, I know I clicked it one too many times. 10 and 7.
As two hearty blows pound into its body, you can see there's this crackling sound as you strike into its back again, and you see falling from within the robe, this almost perfectly cut chunk of flesh just lands and batters against the ground, sort of with a hard thud, as if this thing was frozen. He takes a hearty blow. Oh, that's actually...
Come at me, ugly. Got more fists for you to eat with that hunger.
Alright. As all around you, still more sounds of things moving and tearing through the ice. As from the north, again from these strange tunnels that seem to be torn open from this thin layer of frost covering them, more creatures begin to pour out, crawling along them, a few of them landing on these stonework. And their faces are all too familiar. Their bodies are relatively tall, lurching with long claws. It seems like whatever remnants of clothing they once had is no longer present, just laying in scraps across them. As these creatures begin to move. Where'd you go? Do-do-do-do-do-do. Hold on. Reveal. Come on. Come on. Why aren't you revealed? Why aren't you revealed? Come on. Come on, puppy. One moment. There we are. There we are. Oh, that's why, because you're here. You are there. There we go. These familiar-looking Greybite creatures appear before you. The ones that tore out a certain someone's throat as they begin to move. Somewhat running on all fours, although this time they seem to stagger between 2 legs and 4, as they seem to be running with a bit more purpose in their movements. I'm making it about here.
There's more incoming. It's the ugly ones. Well, I mean, they're all ugly.
Makes it about, let's see, going over there. About here. Do and do. One of them seemingly just tearing its way around a bookcase, getting close to, looks like the backside of where this one creature was also torn through the bookcase, as if sniffing around for someone. And lastly, you. One of them vaulting over the edge of this desk and landing on the stonework. Just here. Getting close up on you, Mitty. Well, it seems like they're all focused on speed at the moment, as that is all they do. Persephone. You're lost in this fog. Everything becomes silver and dense around you, and you can hear the sound of something cracking its teeth and snarling next to you.
I hear the Hunger's voice coming from directly behind me, and even though I can't see, I know I can.
Oh, yeah, you can hear it.
Moonbeam. I can hear it. I can't see it, but I can hear it. So I'm gonna ask my moonbeam to move for me.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna have it. You know, I did remember seeing Samantha blast back a couple things, so I'm gonna move my moonbeam over here, behind it. Yeah. Samantha, do you think you can push it back a little more?
I can certainly try. I have to get my eyes on it first.
That's my action, and I got a thing with teeth, angry in front of me, so I'm just gonna wait and hope for the best with my moly on my wrist. That's my turn.
Okay.
Alright.
Just before you're acting, Greg, there's one more sound as these skitterings begin to stop as they seem to manifest in the room. Here's something else, Greg. Something that falls with a thunk. It doesn't fall, it doesn't crash, it doesn't skitter. You see this large shadow descending from the ceiling, these long arms, almost 15 feet in length, pulling this large, heavy body down as it hits the ground with a sudden thud. This boom. This massive beast looks like one of the great white creatures you fought, but not quite the ones you've seen before. This one seems to be clad in the remnants of robes, but they're far too small for its body. Similar to this creature you're fighting now, its form has been stretched and contorted. Its hands almost as large as its torso, as you find this 10-foot-tall, mutated-looking creature covered in chains with long and reaching claws. What's going on? Why are you? That's why. As he dies suddenly. Oh no!
Oh no!
But then his brother Joey shows up! There we are. As this thing comes walking towards, you see he gets to the edge of this table, he reaches up and over to the ground and literally just hauls himself over and just begins to stroll. Very slow, very lumbering in its movements. Almost like a orangutan walking with his hands before it. But that's about all it does, as it's not a very fast creature. Gregory.
It's just I can't see anything around me as I just hearing just cacophony of creatures and the mist all around. No, my friends are fighting, but I'm not sure exactly what's happening as I reach in my pocket, take a hold of that small little sprig. I had doubts before on if this thing would really help. The whole idea of trying to plant something on an island to protect us sounded a little bit weird and a little bit too alien. But now, with this whole situation, Greg doesn't really have any doubts anymore. He pulls the sprig out of his hand, he holds it tight as light starts to form around his hand, as Samantha and Luna and Persephone can probably see the light start to slowly pierce through the fog ever so slightly. I don't think you quite understand. Every minute that you've been here, your foulness is spreading through this world. You know who he is? We ain't nobody. We just common folk. And standing up, because we have to. As I break out of the fog, looking around, saying it. And no matter what, evilness like you will be driven back into the darkness that you came from. As I just slowly open up my hand, reveal the sprig, as light just pierces through the area. As I channel my divinity to turn the unholy.
Aw, yeah. As the light cascades through this cavern, you can see even piercing through the fog, strangely enough, Persephone, Luna, Samantha, and Clyde, you can see these streams of golden light just tearing through this area. These creatures have to make some saving throws. A lot of them immediately raise up their hands to cover their eyes, trying to stop this blinding light from tearing into their heads. They're gonna make some saves. Let's see, wisdom. I'll make some collective saves. So, boop. That's the GM as. Oh. Let's see. Ooh. Boop. Ooh. Boop. GM. Ooh. And boop. As Gregory, this light tears through these things' eyes. You can see these strangely like animalistic creatures that were once charging up on your friends immediately stop and they begin to reel backwards slowly, as if this light is the worst thing they'd ever seen. But the others. Actually, no, it was the ones you've already fought before, rather. Got the names backwards. These tall, pale creatures with scraps of clothing hanging on their bodies, they see this light, and almost in recognition, they cover their eyes and begin to pull away from you, as if to basically pull away from this whole area. Just anywhere this light touches is painful to them. But the others, animalistic in mind, this new thing, lurching towards you, stares down through the light. As it pierces into its eyes, you can see this black blood pouring from the sockets, and you see there's not much of the light left in its own gaze, as it's almost mindless. And this creature with no eyes, that seems to perceive everything you hear, it turns its attention towards you, this beacon of light, and you hear those teeth chattering.
You are nothing. I am older. I've seen more. This is only the beginning. This is your end. Your light compares nothing to my darkness.
As it seems to resist your effects.
Yeah, we'll see about that. As I look up to Javen, give him a nod, and then I turn back around to face this other gigantic lumbering thing heading in our direction. So I pull out my greatsword, prepare for it to come at me.
Okay. As these creatures. The creature that just got punched in the face by you, Javen, finally catches its hold of its senses and looks around, seeing this burning beacon of light that it once was accosted by, throws itself forward and tries to bite at you, Gregory. But as it does, still glowing with that remnant of light, that sprig of moly sort of catches its eye and sort of throws its head to the side at the last second, biting out with disadvantage. Snaps
Also,
at the air.
It walks on top of my glowing torch.
Oh yeah, your glowing torch. As it seems to look down at the ground and start stepping around it, trying to find a way to get away from this thing as it immediately pulls back.
Just bash it away with my sword, trying to get it out of the way as this large thing is coming my way, and finding an opportunity actually trying to cut it deep as it's springing out, as I'm assuming it's not disengaged.
Oh no, it is just pulling away after it bit at you, after seeing all this light burning it.
Nice, as I try to use the opportunity to just bash away, but actually seeing the opportunity to cut deep, as I will swing into it, as I will actually put all the force I can, trying to just end this thing with one quick swing. Great Weapon Master.
Alright.
13.
Ooh, with that magic guiding your sword, you feel your swing just so slow, but you're putting all this weight behind it. This has to end now. And that little bit of light guides you, moves your blade a bit faster as you barely connect with this thing.
So I will just cut it on deep. Do 22 slash.
How do you want to kill him?
As he jumps up at me as I just put my blade up, as I mean to cut or just block his head, but he actually gets past the blade, but then I realize the blade is just right up against his neck as I just pull it upwards as I just slice his head up and just shove away the body.
The body slumps to the side, headless, just bleeding out on the ground. Slowly at first, this black puddle spreading out before it immediately stops, as if freezing on the spot.
Come on, now.
But these other creatures...
Big guy.
Oh. As these other creatures, lost in the fog, you can hear their teeth snapping out wildly. One of them runs up to at least where you think it is, Clyde. You hear the sound of claws scraping against the ground, and something begins to reach up and lash out while trying to climb up this bookcase where it last saw you, although it's doing so with considerable disadvantage.
Oh,
As you can hear the sound of these teeth snapping around you, and you're already nimble in your step, able to avoid them. Persephone, next to you, not only guarded by your moly, but by apparently this veil of fog around you. You hear these teeth snapping all around you, biting at the air, and then one of them comes, let's see, how dangerously close. Ooh, somewhat like it snaps out with purpose, and you hear it bear down and tear into the bookcase next to you. But thankfully it wasn't you. As this last creature sees this pillar of light appear before it, it's gonna dash right through that open bookcase, look up at the closest creature, and try to bite up at you, Javen, 5 feet off the ground. Aja!
Ow.
As those teeth suddenly come up from beneath, you're looking at this large creature, somewhat distracted, as it sinks down into your foot, doing 13 piercing damage.
Ow. Ugh. Oh. Not the teeth I was looking for.
Alright. As Midi, it comes back to you.
Alright. It's gonna run right up there and bite the bastard.
Midi, skating along this fog, runs up. Let's see. This creature would try to bite out at you up here. Actually.
This one wasn't close enough.
Hold up. There we go. I got. Why do you do that? Okay.
But he was
I'd
like
say it's
here.
fine.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Just outside of its reach. As Midi, you manage to sneak around outside this creature's teeth and claws, and you come up to this creature. You're trying to bite him?
Yep.
Alright. Give me that bite.
Yeah. Just
Nice.
Ooh! As this time, you felt how tough this thing is, and kind of hard to find a good place to bite on him, but now, third time's the charm, you reach out and you try to sink your teeth in, and you feel this thing bleeding around your mouth. As you do good amount of damage, but again, its form just seems to be strong and resistant against your simple wolf teeth. Is that all he does?
that will be all that Mini does.
Alright, as Clyde, still lost in this fog, but you hear this thing snapping down at you. You can't see it, but it does seem like it can see you.
Okay, I'm gonna check one thing. So I'm just gonna jump. That's just like the cat, just as I'm gonna climb back up on top of this bookshelf.
Alright, Clyde, give me an acrobatics check.
Feline agility.
I'm gonna need a little acrobatics check from you, Clyde. Okay, good. You run and you jump, but fortunately for you, Clyde, you have relatively sharp senses and a pretty decent memory for some things, as you were basically navigating this acrobatic feat blind. Jumping from one bookcase to another one you couldn't see, but fortunately, you're able to make a steady enough landing, and as you come out of the fog, easily enough, you can run over here, using your speed to climb up this thing. And yeah, find yourself now 15 feet up.
As I shoot my silver arrow.
Alright, aiming your silver arrow at this creature. You pull back the bow and you fire, and strangely enough, when you fire one of these silver arrows, Clyde, it almost seems to just ever so slightly guide itself towards this creature as, well, without any real way to tell before, you realize this thing's been magically touched to help your aim, as they're +1 arrows.
Oh.
Let's see, that would be about
10.
10 plus 3, yeah. As the arrow sinks into its side, you see this time it doesn't just sort of jolt at the pain, it coils at it as the silver begins to sink into its form, and you hear this soft, almost bubbling sound as the material comes in contact with his strange demonic flesh.
Matey, now!
Oh, and this time Minnie catches him by the side, ripping and tearing at this thing. And it does connect. Doing, ooh! good amount of damage, but again, those teeth aren't silver. He's biting and ripping as much as he can. You can see chunks of this thing's flesh falling off and landing on the ground in strangely, almost precisely cut pieces. But he still floats.
That'll be my turn.
Alrighty, Samantha.
Vision of this thing, large and black, it's hard to see. All the mixture of the gray with the fog, so Samantha's gonna try to move a bit closer. Hoping that she has a clear shot here.
Yeah, I mean, you're not within the range of anything particularly dangerous. You're basically staring down this side of a fog cloud, able to see this large body looming over it. It's pretty easy to get a good shot off on it.
See like the weird light behind it and hearing what it is Persephone was saying. Try to knock this thing back into it. Oh, that's
Noise.
As both of those shots will connect. How far are you pushing him back with each shot?
That would be hilarious. I'll just do one push. I don't listen, Clyde flinging off into the darkness.
Clyde's just consumed by it.
I was more worried that you wanted to throw him into the pillar and break it and, you know, damage the structural integrity of the place we are in right now.
I'll just push it back 10
Okay.
feet.
As this creature gets blasted by this force, you see it reeling. You see it crashing through this bookshelf, books spilling across the ground as it lands inside of this burning pillar of light. And the second attack will also connect as it bursts into its body, and you can see this thing sort of coil at the magic as you see almost like parts of its body begin to fall off and hit the ground. As one by one, this thing seems to crumple in this pile as it just becomes basically a mass of flesh and robes as it hits the ground.
Well, you didn't ask me how I'm doing this, so obviously there's another phase. Buckle up, buckaroos!
Oh no, it's gonna turn into the fucking cave from Aladdin.
Oh yeah.
Giant tiger mouth comes out of the stone. Bonus action. Good. Everything feeds into necrotic, so I think I am done. I will shift myself a bit further. Yeah, I think that thing's down, but something tells me it's not going to be that simple.
Just keep on cutting through.
As Luna, sort of closing her eyes for a moment, realizing that hearing the sounds of footsteps, sound of bookshelves creaking, Clyde yelling out in the distance, Samantha blasting her magic, all she can hear now is the sound of these creatures next to her, cackling and crying out in this fog cloud as, slowly but surely, she's been pulling out magic from within this small orb in her hand until finally it coalesces inside. As an action, she's going to use her umbral pearl rather, to regain 5 sorcery points.
Ooh.
And just as those points, that energy restores in her, you see these veins of shadow rolling across her body. She takes some of that shadow and just throws it off into this cloud as this tiny little bead of basically black embers soar through the darkness before just erupting out where this last thing was scraping against the bookshelf. As at the center of this creature, using her senses to help locate it, with a super fucking high passive perception, Luna is going to cast a little bit of fireball, quickening her spell.
Like watch the
Persephone dies.
go away.
No, not the
and then
fireball
I-
again!
Burning the books.
Not the books!
And
I mean, Nick does say on purse, burn her. So there you go.
oh yeah.
What?
safely in this direction using her sharp.
Yep.
Ooh. These creatures needs to make a save. Let's do collective saves.
RD&D, the DM played one of the characters and he made it kill all the other players.
Ooh.
It's normal.
As though they are unable to see, some of these creatures are able to pull away from the fire as it roils out through this darkness, as if illuminating it with the shadows, if that even makes sense. As these books around you begin to crackle and burn, the shelves falling apart. Some of these creatures take a hearty blow. Ooh.
Blacklight.
Blacklight! Although these creatures, not quite as hardy, but able to avoid it with their strangely nimble bodies. Let's see, turn on down. Nice. And she's going to get the fuck away from there, getting closer to the beacon of light. Okay. Oh, I've been using a lot of fireballs today. I think I'm out.
Did the first not need to make a save?
No. Surprisingly, no. Grace of God, baby. As from within the center of this room, you could hear and see that blackness rising from the sigil, crackling out with energy, and another bolt of electricity, this black lightning shoots out through the air, whizzing past you, Gregory, whizzing over your head, Samantha, and Luna, and sort of cascading through this broken bookshelf and striking down at the robes that rest within this pillar of light. As where you at? You can see, as this thing's whizzing past you, Greg, your sense is still somewhat trained to your surroundings. You can hear this terrible cry, like an orchestra of people calling out in pain within this darkness. As... where are you at? Ooh, there we go. This terrible call, abyssal in nature, strikes out at the maw. And it once again begins to rise. As this thing picks itself off the ground. Oh, and also the fog wolf. As this lightning crackles through the air, the terrible screams echo. Persephone, your vision returns to you, and you see basically the remnants of these black flames clinging to everything. Fortunately, just outside of where you were standing. But these creatures are now badly wounded, but they can all see you. As this creature begins to rise in its place, the light begins to cascade and burn around it. Give me that moonbeam, baby.
Come on, 18 damage.
Oh.
As a couple of creatures are in this.
Yeah.
As this savage creature, basically covered in this thing's robes, trying to pull itself off, just manages to get cast in this light the moment its shroud is shedded.
Ooh. So because there's 2, we multiply it, right? We times it by 2, right?
You're so funny.
Damage.
I'm gonna fucking kill you.
Yeah, take a healthy 9 damage.
Ooh, as this thing burns away its flesh, doing a considerable amount of damage as you see this thing pull out, and where half its body was once white, the other half is this sheer black as it's been burned by this radiant light. As this large man, although knocked down and seemingly killed at one point, rises again, still hardy. Ooh, as it takes a mere modicum of that damage. Rising up. You think... One second, guy.
You think the hunger is so easily squashed? As he pulls away from this creature, looking down at you, Clyde, reaching over to his body and grasping at this silver.
What happened?
Why is it talking in a third person?
Oh god!
Stretch bar. It pulls this arrow from its form, the silver bubbling in its hand as the flesh seems to melt away. It turns towards you, Clyde, and it bites.
With a little boop. Ooh. Something that connects?
So I just look at it and I just know it's gonna fucking attack me. I just fucking open my chest up to it and protect the bow, taking the teeth right in the middle of it.
Chomp. As you take 14 piercing damage, this cacophony of jaws crashing down into your chest and try to tear out what lies inside. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
got that bliss. Oh, that's not gonna help.
Oh. As you feel that cold settle in you, and it must have been what Mitty felt like, Clyde, as this sickening feeling begins to fester inside you, and it just feels so cold, as you are infected with Grey Bite.
23 damage. Ooh.
Oh my
As the
god.
creature pulls away the blood, you can see some of it leaking into its mouth and filling it, the red blood turning black.
There's a flavor I can savor for the hunger.
As it seems to focus down on you, Clyde. Javen.
Damn it. Seeing the maw jaw thing come back to life and then go after Clyde, but also seeing the immediate threat that if Javen left, the Grey Bite things would probably start. So as Javen sends a punch down at the dog thing.
Mm-hmm. Give me that punch, baby.
Wah.
Striking down at this thing.
Oh boy, I hope I clicked the right thing. No, I did.
It deflects its missiles.
Give me that punch, baby.
Oh, it's coming.
Ooh.
There it goes.
There it is. As with the high ground on your side and reaching down, punching this thing, able to avoid the spikes on its back and strike two through its flesh, you connect soundly. Ooh.
Oh wait, this thing is turned, right?
Yes? No? Yes, these things are basically pulling away at the sight of Gregory's light.
Yeah, Midi protects, but how many more times can Midi protect?
As this thing took a hearty blow from your fist.
Javen moves over here, skirting around as he sends up another follow-up kick, just kicking it in the jaw.
Oh yeah.
Jaw
Give me that
kick.
Ooh, and that'll connect.
Jaw kicked.
How do you want to do this?
Yeah. Was the first strike. He's punching down, just sending it down to the ground, making it eat the stonework. And then with his second kick, sort of launching its head, sort of punting it away.
Kicking it so hard it comes off its shoulders and bouncing off the stone and against the bookshelf, sort of in a ricochet, is bong and bong.
Figure out some way you can make it stop coming back to. Jacob, come over here. I'm right here, ugly. God damn it.
Why is he calling me ugly?
We both know why. The Jacob will pull out a very recognizable flask, his signature flask. The only fire that could actually truly burn a red dragonborn as he use a bonus action to quaff it.
Quaff that shit.
I'm ready. No, I'm really ready now. Even gets lumber.
Mm-hmm. Feeling some of that cold fade away from your scales as a new warmth takes over you. Is that your turn?
That'll be my turn. Yeah.
Alright. As this light still lingers in these creatures' eyes, one of them pulls away, freshly burned from this glowing pillar of light. Get away from that pillar of light. There we go. Put you back down where you were. Pulls away and looks for basically the closest means of escape, which seems to be up this strange sloping hill of ice that crawls up to the ceiling looking... What?
He took damage. He's fine.
Oh, you're right. I forgot about that. This time he's not burned. He's pretty peeved. Let's see, closest creature. Looking around, pulling itself out of this burning light and looking up towards the man now bleeding, spilling hot, and savory blood onto these books as it crawls up to the best of its ability along this bookshelf. Yeah, somewhat lumbered in its movements, but gets up to you, Clyde. And it's gonna try and just stick its claws into your chest, getting 2 swipes.
Nope.
Boys.
As fortunately, you are nimble in your step, able to duck and weave out of this thing's way as the claws are swiping all around you. See, but the rest of them who have not taken damage, still, you see these black pits that are normally empty, save for a small ember in their eyes, begins to glow slightly as it seems like light has filled them, and they begin to crawl away. You see their claws digging into the frozen work of the stone as they're climbing up back to what looks like where the tunnels had led. Making up about, this guy makes up about, let's see, the rest of his movement would be, make about 30 feet. Guy goes sprinting, hauling himself around here, makes it just to the edge of this icy wall. One of these creatures, once feared, turns its head, covered in this black scarring from the fire, begins to come to the closest creature possible.
Ah!
As this thing, now that it can see you, tries to lash out at you with its claws, but again, that moley seems to help defend you against attacks. It's going to be with disadvantage. And swiping through the air. You have teeth biting into your feet. You have claws flying over your head, Persephone. It's getting a bit dangerous for you. And around here, you can see, just barely turning your head through the bookshelves that are now burning, you see these claws reaching out, trying to grab you through them. As you got 2 more attacks coming your way. And
Luna, you bitch.
No and no.
As you are just being assaulted on all sides by these things, as Persephone, we come to you.
Okay, this is not safe at all. No,
Let's see. What do I have? So, dodge action, and let's get out of there. Please and thank you. Just go to friends. Friends are safe, right?
You want to disengage?
Do you want to do dodge or do you want to disengage?
That's the one.
They both start with D.
Yeah, exactly what he said. They both start with D.
Words are hard.
I spent 3 hours.
Dodge, disengage, daggers. We all get there sometime.
Yeah, I take the dagger action and I dash away and distance myself from the dastardly duo.
Now, with these flurry of claws and teeth around you, you manage to find just the opening and slip away with your nimble elven feet.
Take a quick scan around, looking at everyone. That's gonna be my turn.
Oh, alright. As you get close to your friends, bundling up in this corner, Greg, you're turning your attention to this large, lumbering creature. It steps close to you. You see its hands reeling out, and it seems like it could reach you from much further away, but this time, it seems to try and wrap them around you, although... Okay. Seems to hesitate ever so slightly, with the light burning in front of you as it closes its eyes, as it tries to grab at you. Let's see.
Hold my sword up. Molly grasp one hand.
A bit of disadvantage.
Ooh, thank God.
As this thing comes reaching around, but fortunately you're able to push it away. This massive hand that seems large enough to grab almost half your body in its grasp. But another one comes around the side trying to get you. Able to duck and weave, pushing this thing away with your strength. That's all it can do. Gregory.
As I just step into the second strike as he swings back around, I just put my sword up, slam onto the side of it, and then just try to drag my sword across his arm as he's trying to withdraw. I'm just pushing into him as I'm gonna try to cut best I can, trying to be a little bit measured, trying to get his attention on me, as it seemed like Samantha maybe has a plan, so I just try to cut up onto his arm. It's a normal attack.
Okay.
I will pour some energy into it as radiant energy. I am just trying to destroy his left arm as I'm just dragging my blade across.
That'll definitely connect.
Ooh.
Ooh. Let's see.
28, 35 damage.
Ooh, okay, so no. as basically as you're carving into this thing, Greg, you can see your sword catch it to its side and tear, and the light begins to burn and make it easier to cut. As though you strike this thing's body, it's strangely lean in the middle. You almost neatly cut it almost in half before the body pushes your sword away, as you do a considerable amount of damage to this thing.
Ooh.
Although it is large and it is hulking.
Seeing the opportunity, taking the risk, gleam in my eye, I'm going to just take another heavy step forward, closer to it. From the other end, I'm just going to cut from its hip all the way up to its shoulder as I'm just cutting through its body as best I can with all my might, as I'm going to use my DM inspiration to use some great weapon master and just cut as much as I can. Finding that one moment in time with magic starting to gleam on the blade. Fuck.
Oh, this thing is quite hardy, Greg. You felt it when you cut it with your sword, and this time, sort of losing some of the momentum of that last blow, you had to wind up a little bit longer, but that last blow you delivered seemed to have wounded it ever so slightly, and it wasn't quite the most limber and nimble of creatures, as it catches off foot and you connect.
Oh yeah. As I just cleave up through its body with all my strength, and just to seal the wound, light pouring into it, giving it another first level smite. Almost the last reserves of my magic being spent, but it'll be worth it to clear this fucking thing out of the way as Samantha's coming on through. Ooh. 29, 37 damage.
As you carve up the other side, it catches up to its body, up to its shoulder, even cleaves almost like up to its body. This thing is about to ready to fall apart, but it manages to just pull away from your weapon, barely standing.
As I'm just trying to get in as close as personal as I possibly can into this thing to keep its attention on me, as this fucking thing just not quite going down yet, but almost supporting its weight on me.
Alrighty, as these creatures now continuing to follow after their prey and descend upon you, Persephone, seemingly trying to come after you. It seems like they've caught your scent for a while and they're just throwing themselves. And it seems the way they move when they're standing next to you, almost working in unison, their eyes connected in almost a way that, similar to the way an animal would, hunting in a pack, these creatures strike out with a normal attack. So you got 2 bites coming your way.
Nope. No!
Fast, Persephone.
As even though they're blinded by this moly you strapped to your arm, you're able to raise your shield and feel them batter against it. They're somewhat blinded, although working together with some sort of semblance of intelligence, you're able to defend against them heartily. Midi, you see Persephone being battered by these wolf-like creatures, and you see Clyde standing high upon a bookshelf with blood pouring from his chest, and a creature swiping his claws at him. Who do you protect?
He's gonna go protect his buddy.
As Midi runs up to this creature, eager to bite.
Is Javen next to it, or is he on the other side of that bookshelf, or the bookshelf that got blown up?
I think he's on top of it, right?
Peter!
He's on top of it.
But, I mean, that bookshelf got blown away.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you batter through it, so it'd be like nothing. It's just like standing in open space.
Okay.
There's just pieces of wood and debris and scrolls and paper everywhere.
So he just bites out.
Ooh, and bite out you do. As your teeth sink into the side and try to rip and tear, trying to tear more of its flesh away, you pull a piece off that seemed to reconvene as it rose, throwing it back to the ground where you know it belongs. Although your teeth can only do so much, Midi.
So that'll be Midi's turn.
As it comes to you, Clyde, bleeding from your chest, you feel your body aching, and suddenly there's this strange sensation, Clyde. A sort of pull from your chest towards this creature, and you look at him, it's ugly, it's hideous. You saw what it did to Midi, and yet you can't help but feel it, that weird
sensation that you're hungry.
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Come on, hashtag blast!
Ooh. As you feel the sensation pulling on you, it's talking about the hunger. You can't do this, but you have to kill this thing. That's what you do. And you resolve yourself as you barely manage to overcome this strange aura of unholy desire.
We did it, Reddit.
I'm going to sturdy myself. And it's not going to matter because I'm going to die right here as I jump off in the air, firing my arrow.
Ooh.
As a midair.
As this guy is going to try and take a swipe at you, the one that was assaulting you on top of the bookshelf. Getting a claw. Although you're too quick, whipping through the air. But coming back for another bite as you're pulling yourself out of 5 feet of this guy. The Maw of the Hunger reaches out for you with his jaws, trying to rip away another chunk of you. Ooh, and the teeth catch and rip as you take 12 piercing damage and give me a con save. Okay. As this time the cold already affects you, Clyde. You feel it sinking into your bones, but you can't get any worse, right? You can't get any worse. As you take 3 additional necrotic damage.
As the arrow loosens. The silver arrow, that is.
As this, you're bleeding and you're wounded and you're in pain. This is nothing compared to what you've been through, Clyde. You've been through so much worse. And you aim the silver arrow and you fire true, striking into the creature's body as it hits him right where you left that little leaf. And you see the arrow boil and sizzle in its head as it once again lurches backwards, falls, and hits the ground.
They go biting on the way down.
Oh yeah. As Mitty, you reach down and as this mass of robes and flesh scatter across the ground.
Rip the jaw right off.
Ooh. Mitty, give me a straight d20.
Nope.
Ooh. As you bite and you rip the jaw, but it seems like out of all these pieces falling apart, the only thing that seems to maintain part of itself intact is basically everything from the chest up as you shake and shake as the jaw is still intact. But it falls.
Did someone use his DM inspiration?
I did.
Oh.
Why? They're not supposed to.
Saving it forever.
No, we can't hoard them. That's bad.
And that'll be my turn.
Alrighty, Samantha, once again you see this thing fall to the ground, with Minnie trying to rip it apart, but you don't know if that's the end of this.
Just taking in information from all around her, seeing Clyde and Minnie work together with Javen to take this thing down, and Gregory giving her the opening she requested. Was granted quite a few treasures only he would be so inclined to hold on to, but with his passing, Samantha took his treasure. She knows where everything is in her bag as she moves it around and moves to the section where she has kept all of Paracelsus's things, all the things she has so carefully cataloged, and pulls forth a very special piece of parchment. And she steps down to this book, to this star, and slams it onto the ground and says just a few words. By the will of Medusa, the Serpent Empress, I revoke the feeble magic of this enchantment and take this domain for her. As I cast a spell magic.
Alright.
She just said Medusa.
As you touch this parchment, you start to force the magic out, you can see spilling out across the ground. There is this sigil written on these scrolls, a strange form of arcana that really only Paracelsus understood, that you've begun to pick up on. And as you call upon the magic and release it with your own will, it spreads across the ground, filling this pentagram with all sorts of strange symbols that seem to form themselves into their own formulas, as if working itself to undo whatever magic this was. But even as you're connected to this scroll, Samantha, you feel whatever power has been opening this, whatever the hell this is, letting in this foulness. It is great. You're gonna need to give me a charisma check. As you feel powerful resistance, this thing lurching on the ground twitches, and you can hear
Through all these voices, all these mouths that seem to crackle and bite open, as its corpses once again speak to you. You cannot remove me. You are not strong enough to tear away the breach. You are mortal. You are flesh. You are nothing.
Everything. As Samantha digs deep into her core, pulling forth from that little nugget that grows within her, and uses her DM inspiration.
Hashtag bless? Hashtag bless?
Not for skill checks.
Oh yeah, well, isn't it? Ability checks?
Save throws.
What? Oh, let's see. Ooh. As your magic spreads out across this sigil, you feel it pushing and pushing, and you feel resistance being pushed back, Samantha. You feel the magic wearing away ever so carefully, and then it pushes against you. And the magic shatters, the scroll tears to pieces, and you feel this overwhelming force take over you as the voices scattering around you reach into your head.
Maybe you are worth something. Maybe you are worth devouring. Maybe.
As the sigil still stands.
Yep, that's what I was thinking.
Is that your turn?
For my turn.
As, let's see. Luna, you just hear a sigh behind Persephone. Okay, Persephone, go fucking save the world or some shit. I got this. As she sort of steps by you and just holds out her hands, you can see shadow magic pouring over them, rippling from her shoulders down to her palms. And then she just fires it quickly, as if speeding up the process of the spellcasting, process, rather. As just in front of her, you see this mass of bolts of energy crackling, of this black magic undulating, trying to disperse these things in front of you. As... Where is it? She's going to quicken cast her a little bit of Scorching Ray directly at this one creature, just bombarding it with several strikes. As fortunately, her magic allows her to sort of blast out with careful control, even when her foes are right in front of her.
So snipery.
As one blast goes flying over its shoulder, casting across its spines, but barely connecting, not enough to do damage to it, but the other two strikes pound into its body. As, let's see, it takes boop, and it takes boop, ooh. As the fire catches on this creature, you see it reel. This thing's already been burned once by her flame, but these two more strikes, more shadow flame consuming it as it falls backwards and just shatters to the ground, burning. Oh, not there. As stepping to the side, you see her holding out her hand and throwing it. Another bolt of fire, as if one was kept extra in her palm at this creature right in front of you, as she's going to use her action to firebolt this thing. Ooh, that also connects, crashing into its form, but scattering off its body as it takes a decent amount of damage, although it still stands hardy in front of you, Persephone.
You tried.
As let's see. Again, Samantha, you feel this energy rising up beneath you, crackling energy, not shooting out at the creature slumped and now being gnawed on by Mitty, but instead you. As this bolt of energy just tries to shoot up into you. Give me a dexterity save with advantage. Alright, easily enough, able to step out of this way, this thing. You see this thing shoot up, this bolt of electricity crashing up into the sky, this black lightning, shattering the ceiling and letting more debris fall around you as you barely avoid the reach of the hunger. Not barely, you're doing pretty good. Pretty damn good, actually.
But you know, barely.
You can even feel the power of the blessed spell almost surge forth as you're in proximity of me, protecting you even more.
Oh yeah, Mr. Arboy. The light that glows from you actually casting away some of the darkness and even bending it away from you.
Yeah.
As this thing... As this thing on the ground, Mitty, you're chewing and trying to tear it apart, but it lays mostly still. Just every so often a twitch in this chunk of flesh. You hear that voice echoing out throughout this area.
You cannot hope to end this hunger. You see it yourself. Your magic is weak. You cannot stand against its strength. Why not sacrifice yourself to it? Try to quench it. Perhaps you will sate it. Perhaps you will pull its teeth from this world, if only for moments.
But that's all it can do. As Javen, you see this thing lying on the ground. Mitty seems to be trying to give it all the hell he can, but it doesn't seem to get up.
Whatever you did seemed to be working for now. It's like, come on over to where Clyde is and punch this guy in the gut punch.
Okay, you hop from basically this debris up to here, climbing up with your incredible speed up on top of this this bookshelf that's almost destroyed at this point. As you swing out, but your fist a little trying to get your balance on this thing. Maybe the way this thing's been beating into Clyde, this large creature, it sort of warped the board, and your feet kind of catch in a weird way, and your fist goes a little too wide.
As I sort of backflip, and as I'm backflipping, kick him out.
Oh, as that one will definitely connect.
Just kick him in the jaw.
You kick him in the jaw, crashing into his jaw. Ooh, hitting so hard, you see the jaw actually snaps, and a chunk of its tongue lashing out of its mouth gets cut by its own teeth and begins to bleed profusely.
Alright, on you, Clyde. Come, Persephone. As I continue the backflip, acrobatically landing on my feet and running on over. As I use my bonus action to martial arts kick.
Ooh, give me that strike.
It's coming.
It's coming.
It's thinking.
Flying through the air, just put out like, ha! Yeah, that'll definitely connect.
Yeah.
Give me that damage, baby. Ooh, as you come crashing into its side, you hear this crackle against its body as it seems to give, barely standing, but still very much alive as it turns its attention to you.
What's that about it? That'll be my turn.
Alright. As the creature that you just struck at, Javen, the one that you just delivered a jaw-breaking punch to, looks towards you and just throws itself away from Clyde, it seems, the attention focused solely on you, coming running in your direction. Although this is about as far as it can make it with its speed, having to land and crawl towards you.
Wait,
The other one right in front.
You sure it went that way?
Yeah, right through the fire. Oh, that's true.
Hey!
Right through that moonbeam, huh?
Okay.
Yeah,
No.
I don't like the light.
Yeah, no.
Probably wouldn't run through the light they hate.
I don't know. Maybe
As, yeah.
paying attention. Maybe.
As this thing would come running over the corpse of seemingly this thing that rules over them. Getting only about here, though. As the one next to you, Javen's going to be coming out with a claw. Yeah.
Ow.
As the claw comes scraping across your side, dealing 6 slashing damage, and you feel that cold trickle over you. Give me a con save.
Eat. I didn't add the plus. Okay, I'll add the D4 after the roll goes. No, I don't need it.
Oh, as that cold begins to take over, but that you're so warm, Javen. Not only with the light blessed by Greg, but also your tonic seems to be swimming through you, and you couldn't be taken by such chilling cold. As another claw's coming towards you, though. Ha! Ooh, claw scraping against your side again, doing 8 damage, tearing through your scales. Give me another con save.
So do I keep selecting the torch? Why can't
I think you are. Here. There you go.
Okay, there you go. Did the con save go through yet? I
Not
heard
yet.
Okay, that's just...
As again, able to withstand this cold. Okay. And the creature back here, you hear it tearing its way through the bookshelf, coming up to you around this pillar. As it's gonna try and claw at you, Javen, twice. But both strikes seemingly scratching against, trying to get close to you, but end up just swiping against the pillar as they don't hit.
Hey, look, this is the 3rd time I clicked.
Alright, as the rest of them along this wall, you can see them kick.
As
Yeah!
it whiffs at me, I'm able to sort of, nope. As it digs into the pillar, and then I keep pushing it forward, pushing it onto this guy. Sort of redirecting as I scroll down my entire character. Pretty sure it's
Just take his attack and push it somewhere else.
his attack and push. Pretty sure it's this one. Oh. There we go, as I redirect attack using a key point. And my reaction.
Ooh. Ooh. So does it just hit? Looks like it. As you spin your key point, able to guide it, you see this claw that tore through the stone before, this pillar now tearing through. With surprising force, it ends up scratching against its own friend's side. Healing. Hey, Javen.
Hi.
How does he kill him?
There's Javen sort of, he's going, using in his usual drunken state, sort of limber and sort of scantily moving around his body, sort of waving around, I guess like a snake, sort of brings it in, getting hit once, twice, sort of grabbing at his side, slowing down slightly, staying still for a bit. And he thinks it's an easy target. Javen gives him a little wink as he moves at just the last moment, causing him to hit his buddy that just hit Javen.
You see the claw tear through his side, and the spray of viscera hit the ground in the bookshelf behind him as the creature falls dead to the ground. As it comes down to you, Persephone. Still one of these wounded creatures reaching towards you, but Luna's trying to put herself in between it and you, after having blasted this one with fire.
Well, I pay it no mind. Instead, I flip a little switch on this pouch I have on my hip and grab a hold of this small purple stone. And I channel the magic from it into my hand and direct it straight towards the symbol in the ground as I cast Dispel Magic from my beautiful stone out into the floor.
Persephone, you take the stone and you hold it in your hand, and there's sort of a strange sensation as you hold it. This familiar, almost excitable tingling when you were working with the flowers so long ago, as your hand sort of takes on the magic as you're drawing it from the stone itself, and you extend it out towards this circle. What does it look like when you cast Dispel Magic, Persephone? Is it visual about it, or is it just dispelling the magic?
No, it's like this, not a dusting, just a sweep of particles and light going straight to its source and whooshing around it, covering the entire circle, almost embedding itself onto it, as if my magic is trying to latch on to the one I'm trying to get rid of.
As you're extending your hand, the magic pours from you. You feel something else going down your arm, that tingling spreading, as it seems like your arm is reacting to this magic, and it's almost horrifying in a way. You almost see the arm sort of twitching and convulsing, as if like your veins are moving around inside, but your magic carries through. But it is powerful magic you are fighting, although very strong and very resistant. It seems to be wavering ever so slightly, as if still reeling from its last battle. Give me that wisdom check, as you're using your magical force against its own.
I'm gonna use my inspiration for that.
And to check, so it's just a wisdom roll, right? It's been
Just a wisdom roll. With advantage. As the magic extends from your hand, and you can see it, Persephone, the magic actually reaching from your hand out towards this darkness, and the miasma rises up to clash against it, and they begin pushing back and forth, trying to push this thing down, but every time you push, it rises back against you. And this magic is far too much to handle, until the veins in your arm begin to sort of surge and grow, and you realize they're not veins at all. They're vines. As your hand just begins to shift and change, and that tingling sensation spreads down up to your shoulder to the rest of your body, and then the darkness is pushed back. And it presses down to the sigil, and you see in this quiet display, the lights, the glitter, all of the particles begin to settle in and fill this sigil with light. And everything goes still for a moment. Greg, this thing held up on your sword lurches for a moment and stops as if a statue. The creature that was about to reach out to bite you, Persephone, at your ankle, stops. The ones coming up behind you, Jabe, and the one that just slew its ally stop like statues for a moment, as if perfectly still. And you hear, now wavering, not from the pile of clothes and the flesh that Midi is still ripping apart with his teeth, but from this thing before you, echoing from the ground ever so quietly, from the crack, the actual embedding of this sigil, a voice that grows softer and softer.
You have hated by something stronger than you. It makes no difference. You have not killed the hunger. You've only set it back. The breach will return. You felt it, haven't you? The thinning of the veil. The breaching of the wall. One by one. The pieces are falling. It is slow, and Rapture is shattering. It's only a matter of time. But I will wait. I will return. As hunger always does.
And slowly but surely the voice fades. And the ice begins to crack and melt around you. And the bodies fall limp one by one. As one by one, they die. The life that once gave this facsimile of birth and control and anger and hunger to these corpses fades from their eyes. You can see their bodies actually contorting before you quietly, not as sickeningly and as crunchingly as the ones before, as these things seem to somewhat return to their original form, but broken, distorted. Teeth become dull. Their long extended limbs become shorter, but hanging in weird angles as if the bones had shattered. And for the last time, these creatures stricken by the Grey Bite die.
Somebody always be here waiting for you. You ugly son of a bitch. Ugh. You alright?
Is it over?
Clyde drops to the floor.
Persephone
Claire!
staggers back and lowers herself against the desk, releasing the stone as it floats. She looks at the spot in the middle of her hand. She's felt that power before. It's something that she's noticed tending the Liscus, and she's only felt it since the Gloom Roots.
Yeah, Persephone, your hand is just constantly shifting in shape. What are you saying?
Well, I was going to say she was going to close her hand, hold it close to her, and just whisper, "Thank you." Feeling the power beyond her own. Possibly from a friend that she met some time ago.
Claire, what the hell are you at? Hell.
Samantha. On the ground before you, where this sigil once lay, you can see this the light sort of taking over where the ground was carved. You can still see the star, but there's something embedded within that catches your eye. This sort of shard sitting right in the middle where the ground has been upturned, where you see earth beneath the stone, like a seed that's been planted within this tiny little spot of black. It glints as if smooth. And you look at closer and you realize looks like a stone of onyx that every so often, with your careful eye, you see a soft whiff of darkness. And your hand begins to move. No, it's not your hand. It's something you've always had. Something extending from it. Something guiding you. Something hungry. But this time, not something else's hunger. It's something once lost. You see this piece, this onyx sitting before you, and it seems to be undulating with this otherworldly power. And your scepter is hungry. Do you feed it?
Samantha's mind is racing with a flurry of thoughts. But there is one that wins out against everything else. Too many times has her will been pushed aside, and I will take power by any means. And she feeds it to it.
And you hold out your... How do you feed it? I want you to describe.
Oh,
what do you
so
do?
I was totally gonna summon forth my little butler hand to pick it up, because I wasn't gonna fucking pick that shit up out the dirt. That's what I got Mage Hand for. So my Mage Hand would pick up the stone and bring it up so that I could look at it with all of my attention on it and come to that conclusion. And when I do, I would take the pointed tip of the scepter at the bottom of it and just take her frustration, her anger and rage at not having her truth be believed, not having her will subjugate this evil, and she would just try to stab it.
As you bring this pointed tip down, you strike down at this thing just out of all your frustration and anger, and when it strikes, there's a sound. A soft ring, like a little silver bell, that doesn't seem to reach the ears of anyone but you. And you've heard this sound before. Not long ago, but somewhere else. When the planes connect, Samantha, there is something described among those connected to the upper planes, those who have celestial-touched heritages. It's often described as a song when two planes connect, when two worlds collide, and that sound, ever so softly, resonates with that song. As the onyx shatters and you see the pieces spread out and stop in the air and begin to rise up around your scepter, and the scepter changes. The pointed tip swirls as a pair of serpent heads extend from the metal as if it were made of this living silver, and around the crown that clenches on to that strange shard of what you once were, more begin to grow. It stays relatively the same in length, a scepter, but it's so much more now. As you hold in your hand this long silver cacophony of serpent heads holding on to these shards of blackness that ever so quickly change shade from black to green. And you feel it again, a piece of what you once were. You hold in your hand a shard of avarice.
Look at that stick.
And Persephone, your hand continues to contort and shift in front of you as you realize it's changed. You don't know exactly what's changed about it other than its appearance, but you see, once it finally settles down, the vines have constricted back to the center of your arm. You see little like scales along your arm, but they're not scales. They're leaves. As it seems like you're from the tips of your fingers down to your elbow, you're beginning to sprout these strange plant-like growth. But for the time being, that tingling sensation spreads fully throughout your arm, but you don't notice much else than that. Your arm just looks like it's a lot more plant-like. You see, every so often a small vine will shiver underneath your skin, but only when you want it to. Only when you will it, as you begin to slowly but surely gain control of this thing. And then the next moment, you see the leaves begin to retract. The vines begin to settle, and it's back to your normal arm again.
Wait, no, come back. What?
And as things begin to settle, Luna finally lets out a soft sigh. She goes, "Oh my god. Oh, you guys feel that?"
No, what?
And then you guys sort of stop for a second, looking around. You can hear the cracking of the ice as pieces begin to fall and crash to the ground in shattering pieces. Yes, Gregory?
Before we move on, right away I'm looking around, make sure everybody's alright, and realizing Clyde is not around. I fucking rush back to the back, find him laying on the ground. See a terrible fucking wound across his like chest and stomach from a bite wound.
I just look up at Gregory. Gregory, the evil has gone inside of me.
Usually I would be just filled with worry and regret and just scared for it, but I just see Clyde laying on the ground, and a little bit of just good humor washes over me of Clyde got a good looking, but he's still ticking. We're all alright. And this is something I can fix. I lower down my hand to him. Come on, Clyde. Don't let the others see you like this. So I lower down my hand for you to take it.
As I reach up, I think there's a fucking tooth in my lung.
You'll be fine, as I just clasp the hand and light just explodes out of my hand across your body, just evaporating out that darkness and filling you full of life as I heal you for 32. And also cleanse the disease with 5.
You hit me for 30?
32.
As those that bite wound on your chest, Clyde, that opening that was pouring out blood, you just see the light sort of cascade and almost fill the spot and pull it back together. And it's so warm, Clyde.
Oh.
Again, it's not just you, Clyde. Everyone. They feel this sort of soft, almost like a breeze. It's the first time air is actually moving into this place. And it's not chilling. Although there is sort of the soft, cold draft as you pass near a chunk of ice. It's warm. As if all the chill that had filled the air, the fog that had been cascading around everything is thinning. And for the first time, it's actually starting to feel like spring again.
Samantha! It's fucking getting warm out here now.
Come on, Clyde.
Come here, boy. I'll take care of you.
I'm gonna try to gather a couple of books to put in my bag, take for the trip home very carefully.
Oh yeah.
So, well, now, is that it?
We get to go back.
I reckon
It's
so.
over?
We did it, y'all. The hell was this?
Oh. Oh.
What a hell of a story.
Alright then.
Man, the purse. Y'all good?
I think so. Samantha?
Yes, I'm fine. It does feel like it's finally getting warmer. Good. You can see, like, normally her hair would be kind of watching all around the room, even if she's not looking at you. One of her snakes usually is, but it all seems to just be transfixed on the scepter that finishes changing in her hands. Well, I don't know if this is going to fit at my hip anymore.
Clyde, as you're looking through this body, again, it's weird. As this thing falls apart, you realize all these black veins that seem to spread throughout its form sort of didn't seem like it was actually physical now. Like it was some sort of magic holding these pieces together. And as it falls apart, you're just sort of looking through these chunks of body mixed inside of this burnt and torn and ripped and stabbed cloth. But you do find something at the center. Something that does stand out among this white and pale
a
flesh.
Center?
Kind of a chewy center.
Yeah.
You find it looks like a heart, Clyde. But it's been strangely malformed. You see where it looks like the veins should reach out and connect to things. Instead, it just looks like roots that spread out and get thinner and thinner until they get to a fine point. The heart itself seems to be covered in looks like spines. Black in color with these strange red veins pulsing all over it, but it no longer beats, it no longer moves.
I pick it up.
You pick it up in your hands. It takes about 2 of your hands to fully hold it. It's considerably large, larger than a normal person's heart should be. Never seen an animal's heart look like this. It looks, honestly, just looks evil.
So I just turn away from everyone. I just take my claws and I just right into it.
Ooh. As you stick into the heart,
Mm-hmm.
claws go straight frozen when your claws go into it. It's stiff and it's unmoving until the warmth of your body pierces it. And then give me a con save.
I'm assuming Bless is dropped by this point.
At this point.
I clicked the button, but it's not doing it. Hold on, let me try a third time. No. Oh, there we go.
Oof, my god.
6.
Oh. As you pull away from this thing, you feel immediately running up into your claws and into your hand this terrible pain as you take 1d4 necrotic damage before your hand pulls away from this thing. And the blood that bleeds out is this strange, thick, black ichor. It doesn't smell like any blood you've had before. I don't think you probably want to taste it after that. But you don't know what this is. Why does it hurt to touch this thing, to tear into it? But then the bleeding stops, and it seems to pull itself back into the heart, where the wound seals itself.
Well, that's not right.
Yeah, that's not great.
Oh no, nothing. As I call Mitty over. Mitty, fucking bite it.
Oh no, Clyde says it's nothing. It means it's something.
Mitty bites it.
Yep.
All right, Mitty, give me a con save. Mitty, give me a con save.
Why would you do this to me?
Ooh, as Mitty, you bite down this thing, you hear him whimper for a second, and then he stops. He sort of holds it in his mouth as his teeth sink really deep into this thing, and then you see streaks of black come down his face, and then it goes back into his mouth as Mitty eats the heart. And he looks up at you.
You're not supposed to eat it. You're just supposed to bite it.
What was he supposed to bite, Clyde?
Oh, nothing.
Clyde?
What?
It's just I just found something in the robes. It's like a piece of its meat or something.
Well, don't eat the damn thing.
Oh, he ate it. I didn't eat it.
Why are you feeding stuff to me?
Well, he's hungry. I don't know.
You feed him good berries!
I just told him to bite it, not to eat it.
It's the first piece of meat he had in years.
Oh my god!
That face when your owner's a vegan.
Grab his face and like look into his pupils.
Vegan cat owner.
He looks up at you. He sort of burps a little bit, and you get this horrible smell on your face, Clyde, but he actually looks at you pretty fine.
Oh, he's fine. He's fine.
Are you sure about that?
Eat a piece of that.
Full. What the hell class getting into? I don't mean to bring this up or nothing, but was that whole little girl thing? Was that just? I mean, I don't know. Is it? We are done, right? Ain't some evil little girl around here? Oh, that thing? That ain't her.
I wouldn't think so. It's not concrete, but maybe it lured her. Maybe her disappearing was coincidence?
Well, there were bones at the bottom of the pit.
True, no.
Maybe she didn't actually cause it. Maybe she was just in the cave and this thing awoke.
Yeah.
I will investigate this.
Yeah, I mean, we want to have a look around.
No, not here. Even, well, the records that are still surviving as I look to the decrepit and frozen stuff over here, and then the burning stuff over here. This thing has said quite a few things. Hunger will return. This breach, closing it, is only a setback. The veil is thinning. When it comes to things like this, forces from beyond this place, destroying them this simply is not something I've ever heard of. We may have put a stop to it here, but I would not disbelieve its words.
I knew there was more to it. There.
I think I might want to take a trip to Cradle Keep. There might be more information there.
Yeah, I mean, as far as we know, we cleared this place out, right? The things stopped moving. I'm assuming other things stopped moving too. Talk to church, have some people come out here and take a look at it. If anybody knows what the hell this was, it'd be them.
All I know
Yeah.
is that
Everything.
whenever there's a library, there's always a lost and found.
What?
A lost and found, like a box of things, like treasures, trinkets. It's got to be somewhere.
Library have a lost and found.
What's a lost and found?
So when somebody loses something, and then you
Don't
go
people
find
just take it?
it. Like this guy back here.
What guy back there?
Now you just see one of those switch of creatures just laying on its back as if it just fell from a great height. Bam. Onto the ground.
God, it's
Oh,
so
an ugly
hard.
son of a bitch, ain't you?
Looking for anything of value in like these bookshelves or like stuff stashed away somewhere.
Most of what you're looking over, Clyde, the closer you get to the wall, it seems like everything's covered in a layer of now melting ice. But as the ice begins to melt, you do notice several shelves that some of them seem to hold boxes and cases upon them with several scrolls scrawled upon them, but the scrolls look like they've been ruined after being frozen. But with some digging and picking, you do find, well, for one, it looks like a case, like a glass case from... The glass is clearly shattered from quite some time ago, but what lies within still seems intact. It's this sort of strange, porous material. It's like a solid mass of what looks to be some sort of metal, but it shines so brightly. You could even see it through this thick ice until finally it began to melt. And even with the soft edge of Gregory's light cascading upon it, you can still make out it's quite a beautiful looking metal. Roll me... Actually, no, you don't know that. As you find some beautiful oral of metal.
Mmm.
Oh, I love it. I don't know what it is, but it looks like things.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. And as as you guys are going around to the ice, searching through some of their things, let's see. Gregory, where you are right now, you find... It looks like it would have been a weapon rack of sorts, although most of them have been clearly destroyed in whatever carnage took place here. But there is one thing that seems relatively intact. Only 3 small objects bound in what looks to be something of a archaic-looking quiver. 3 red points sticking out. 2 of them have been broken by their arrows. It looks like they might need some mending, but they could probably be fixed. One of them seems to be the falling one intact. It's this very beautiful-looking arrow. Looking at it closer, sort of pulling it out of the frozen work and sort of holding it in your hands, it looks like it's not made of metal. It's not made of bone or wood or stone. It's something a bit more organic, covered in these scales and fins of some fish, maybe some sort of reptile.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Clyde, there's some weird arrow over here.
There's some kind of weird metal over here. Told you we'd find the lost and found.
I'll just pluck it up out of the quiver and take it with me.
Well, then I'm gonna search while everyone else.
Go enjoy that.
I'm gonna search these bookcases using produce flame just to add a little extra light so I can see things better.
Oh, Persephone, as you pull out your fire, you see it begin to crackle a little bit in the red color, and then again your arm sort of surges as, for just a shimmer, the plant life returns for a moment, and the fire actually changes color. It takes this strangely green flame before the magic fades again and goes back to a red fire.
What?
He's got an arm.
I found an arm!
It's attached to my body!
And as you're looking, what exactly are you looking for? Like just any notes about the area? Are you looking for just rare tomes? What are you looking for?
It's a school, an underground school. She wants textbooks, notes, journals. She wants... What did they do here? Why did they do it? I mean, she knows that it was to fight dragons, but why was this their solution, and how did it help them, and how did it not backfire, or did it backfire? Nobody knew. Stroma's already an island she doesn't know a lot about. Not many people seem to know about it. She wants to uncover some of its hidden history.
Persephone, you've got an eye for these kind of things. You know how to look for big textbooks, but you're not really a big textbook person. But you know where to find precise information when you need it. And you know the best way to do that is through personal accounts. As you're looking through this fallen shelf and along these other ones, you're pouring through textbooks. Some of them are archaic, just some history. Some of them just about biology, simple animal stuff. You do find a thick book that for a second you almost dismiss as a textbook until you realize it's sort of has this ringed bind of bone. And you realize it's a journal. On the front, you see written in Elvish is a title. Victory at all cost. The last and truest account of Dorisane. And just sort of skimming through it, this is a big book. It'll take some time to really go through it. You see lots of notes. A lot of them sort of the same way Paracelsus takes his, or took his, with strange formula and arcana written in circles and scribes around in each page. But some of them are just accounts. And from your vague gleaming, you realize, just from a skimming, this is someone who was prepared to die to end a war. Someone who sought answers and received none. So they turned somewhere where they could gain what they needed. Not a secret, not a solution. They knew what they needed, and it was power. That's all you get so far, unless you want to spend hours reading this thing.
Not now, not here, no.
Do it. And Clyde, as you're doing a very thorough search with your high speed and mini digging through this thing, because he's pretty good digging through ice, you find one last rack of... You didn't really pay any attention to it. They just look like boxes. It looks like mundane materials until something caught your eye. The eye of a thimble would only catch such a thing. The gleam of gold. As it looks like it should have been filled with like food or blankets or kindling. There are boxes of gold. There are mounds of rubies. Why are they stacking all this valuable stuff in boxes like it's just supplies or components? This doesn't make sense. But you do find a big box, literally a crate full of gold. Most of it not quite in coin form. Others just seem to be like old, sort of elven style of currency. You've seen it every once in a while. This sort of triangular shaped coin, sometimes cut at the corners. But in total, going through it all, sort of going through your masses and sort of using your trader brain to sort of balance it by the weight, you think there's probably at least like 1,200 gold in this box in total. And among the rubies, among the rubies, you see a couple of them seem to be sapphires as well. Maybe about an even 12 and 12 split between them. It's hard to really gauge how much they'd be worth, but they're probably at least worth like maybe 25 gold apiece. 12 rubies and 12 sapphires mixed inside.
Ooh.
And scattered every so often among these shelves you're finding. They don't look valuable until you really come close and look. It looks like a black stone, but it's pretty well polished. And even after being covered in ice, it seems to be pretty good condition. As you find 3 onyx stones worth 150 GP. You know they're worth 100%.
Total or
because it's late and I'm tired.
I think each.
Each?
Yeah, each.
Looking down at the remains of this inscription on the ground, does this open book, is this actually a thing? Is this actually here? Does this look important at all?
The big book that climbed through, or wait a minute.
The big book that is in the middle of the star, I guess.
Oh yeah. It looks like it's been sitting there for a while, and strangely, after everything that's been done and all this magic that's been tearing this place apart, it's relatively untouched. It's incredibly thick. It's like if this thing were shut, it'd probably be about 1.5 feet. This is some old school elven literature. People who have the time and the lifespan to read such things. But it is, just looking over the cover and just trying to discern what this is, it seems to be a textbook regarding some of the oldest forms of magic. Things beyond simple spell weaving. Things that wizards often learn today. Elves were the ones who originally learned how to take the weave and control it as their own. It was a gift from Mayun, supposedly. This is probably one of the original texts. It's still in good condition, actually. Maybe some of the pages could be fixed with a bit of magic, but this could be worth a lot of money.
pick it up.
Oof. It's a little heavy. I think it weighs about 8 pounds by itself, but yeah.
I just kind of go over to the side here, take my bag off my back, take the book, put it to the side, open it up, put the book on top, and then try to close the backpack on top of it. Realize it won't fit, so then I take out some tape and tie it closed for the time being.
Samantha, no, it's not gonna fit in your backpack.
I realize that now. Don't you see that I'm tying it closed?
Well, that's good. Is it heavy?
Yeah, not too heavy.
Oh, that's good. I found a box of fucking gold.
Really?
Just
Oh,
sitting
Clyde.
over
Did you
there.
know?
Clyde, heads up.
What?
Toss you the arrow.
Oh,
Make it out of like a
that.
crab or something. I don't know.
A crab.
Yeah.
Oh. Can I tell what the arrow's made out of and what the fletching's made out of?
You, with your natural understanding of nature, you being a ranger who spent a lot of time out in the wilderness, you know it's got to be some sort of reptile. There's scales, there's some sort of webbing, but I mean, did it have webbed toes or something? Unless it's a wing. Wait a minute.
Are those scaled arrows?
I think so. It's got. This looks like a fucking. He's
And you realize, Clyde?
dragon.
What?
It's
A
a
dragon.
dragon.
As you realize,
Whatever that
yeah,
was.
this thing you're looking at it's made of dragon. It's got these small red scales upon it, and you've heard of these. I mean, at least in stories, when heroes would face down great foes, stories would say they raised a single shot and knocked down a leviathan because they used magic specially tailored to kill certain creatures. And now you hold one in your hand, Clyde.
As I jump through the portal and I go and meet Desmond and Toman and Yolder, and we make dragon bullets, pop back into this universe.
I mean, you had a portal, you got rid of it.
Yeah. Well, that's different. Makes sense though if they're fighting dragons. Why the fuck do you put gold in a box?
They were stashing it away.
Oh look, and there's even
Was that
gems.
that lost and found you were talking
I
about?
told you I was gonna find the lost and found. Then I found something else. I don't know what it is though.
Are the gems like?
That's always a good sign.
Are they cut gems or is it like like raw, like in their raw state?
They look decently cut. But you've seen some of these in actually inland Persephone that you're turning your eye. Illyria is known for being a place of relatively high general magic. Some places will have apothecaries where they pull upon magic to make things like scrolls, although they're saved exclusively for the use of the town and cities that they provide. Usually when precious things are placed in such mundane containers, it's because they're used as components. When gold or when jewels are needed, they don't keep them out in nice display cases, they just stack them. Keep them in a box like you would any other supply.
It's like used like as a component for magic, you said?
Yeah.
Well, while gems are very valuable and really can be a symbol of for status, some are very useful for casting really strong magic. Considering the fact that they're all in this box here together, I would say that's exactly what they're supposed to be for. I mean, this looks like a place of study, especially in the Arcana, so...
Wait a minute, are you telling me that these are fucking like school supplies?
Yeah! They're basically school supplies.
Damn private schools.
I mean, it's a place full of books.
What the fuck would you have gems as school? But I found this
Because-
weird metal. Gregory, do you know what it is?
Wait, let me see.
Did you
Take a
know
look
what
at it.
was metal?
Both of you
Let me
looking
try
at it, you actually both know what it is from your own experience. Greg, you remember the appearance from stories that Dorman would tell you, and Persephone, you're not much of a history buff, but you do remember such things and where their origins lie. What you found, or at least what Clyde found in this place, is something old and something alien. The world of Hearth. Something that the elves were the first to discover and used in many of their original architecture. It was not easy to work with, but when melted down, this metal could do amazing things. Not quite like mithril, where it's incredibly sturdy and light and flexible. No, star metal is always being known as an item for the use in creation of the impossible, the crafting of magical items.
Look at that.
Oh my god.
What is it?
It's
Star metal.
yeah, it's the one.
Well, that sounds fancy.
It is. You can take.
Look up from the pile of coins I'm counting.
As you take your scepter, I want to eat that one.
I'm gonna. If Gregory's not holding on to it, Persephone, he's gonna take it in her hand and just kind of.
I found it.
I just want to look at it. Clyde, this isn't something you just find lying around in the forest. This is.
No, I found it in a fucking library, just lying around.
Get the hell out.
I snatched it from Clyde anyway, and I continue turning to look at it. You don't use this to make normal armor, weapons. You use this when you want those kind of things to be enhanced with magic.
Well, why would you take it? You can't even wear metal.
No, I can't.
I realize as I'm holding this thing, I slowly give it back to Clyde as my hands start to.
Persephone.
No.
This thing. I mean, it's heavy.
Instantly.
You're not used to holding metal in your hands like this, but it doesn't seem to really impose you too much. Doesn't really interfere with that weird, your funky flow, your funky flay flow. It just.
Not earth and metal.
You're fucking
No,
play.
it's it's Fae friendly.
It's Fagin.
Why don't we give it to
Reagan.
Gregory? I'm sure he can make something good with it.
Give it to him.
Yeah.
Gregory.
Hey,
Maybe he makes like a cool sword or something.
maybe we could bring it to
Or an
Dorman and
axe.
see what he can make of it.
I don't know if he's that skilled.
I mean, we never really did get the mithril back. I mean-
Enchantment.
But are you saying that we need some kind of spell person?
I mean, Doma can certainly work with it.
Oh, you know that the crafting of magic items is something tricky. It's not something anyone can do, even if you're blessed with magic. But you might need some time to mull over that, Samantha, as might be something worth looking into, though, considering what you have in your hands. But for the time being, mind is elsewhere. So says God.
Hmm?
It's like you know that it's a tricky thing, normally out of the reach of most mortals, this sort of practice. But now that you have these things, you might need some time to consider if it is possible among you, or even among the people in Oakwell, or if you have to go elsewhere beyond that to get such a thing done.
Oh yeah, that's what I thought I said. Alright.
Okay.
I was like, you need to take this to someone that actually knows real enchantment, not your local smith. Can't take this to Home Depot.
Wait, do we need to take this to someone that knows how to use it?
I wouldn't know anywhere in Mobia, but I'm sure we could probably find someone in Illyria.
I don't know.
I'm sure we can think about it.
Well, yeah.
Gregory, did you get your gold?
Yeah, I'll scoop up my share. Why not?
Okay, we saved the world, guys. Can we just go now? Everything's getting wet, and I'm tired of being wet. I want to be wet again.
No. A little girl came out here a couple 100 years ago, and I'm gonna find her.
Well, there's still more. Well,
Gregory, what if
there
that
might be-
thing was the little girl?
There might be more to this cave. Maybe wherever she disappeared, maybe it wasn't here.
Oh, that's true. There are all kinds of different
She
passages.
survived the fall.
It was all those other passages. Well, come on, everyone, get your stuff. Let us leave this place. I want to see this.
It's going to take us at least another 4 hours to Explore the rest of the caves. Come on, matey. We've got all night. Let's go.
You guys make your way back to the tunnel. Again,
You
it's so
stole my
strange. You're watching these, as you're walking, you can hear this terrible, like, crackling sound as if something's following you or waiting for you ahead, but you know, not a living creature. It's just the ice losing its strength and falling into pieces. As again, you're feeling the warmth, like actual air is breathing back into this tunnel. You re-enter that terrible cave where you see your rope still hanging down, undisturbed, and among them the pile of many bones, scraps of clothing flung between them, at least what remains. Some of them of great size like an adult, others small and frail like a child.
Is there multiple that look like children?
A lot of bones. You want to spend hours going through
No.
them?
I'll look at him quick. I'd be able to tell like a grown-sized femur versus a child femur.
Yep. I mean, if you're just scattering the bones a bit, you do realize, Clyde, that among them, you also see chunks of rock, pieces of stonework, and you're kind of like, what is that? And you look up and you look back at the hole. Looks like that, whatever the hell made that hole just appeared suddenly, jarringly, and all the earth and everything above it just fell with it. A terrible, terrible fall.
I think something happened here.
Peleus did say the ground shook the night she
Some
disappeared.
kind of- I think there must have been a cave in.
The
Does
little
it-
girl comes up here by lonesome. Something happens. She falls in the hole, and
Wait, didn't?
And then
Didn't
ancient
that
dark
fuck-
magic is released onto
Well, didn't that
Hearth.
creepy fucking thing say that like the wall was breaking or like the veil was
The veil was
cracked, or-
thinning.
You don't think this was part of the veil, do you?
I mean, I have no idea what the hell he was talking about. So yeah, sure, why not?
Me neither.
Look, that is a
Climbs up the rope.
there's a whole bunch of mumbo jumbo that I do not understand, and I don't pretend like I'm gonna.
Are they all like?
Guys.
I'm just like scouring like the hands real quick and seeing if there's any metal.
Like precious metal?
Like, are there any rings or?
Give me an investigation check, you grave robber.
Right?
You
Jeez,
terrible.
Nobody
Clyde.
else is gonna fucking use them.
Well, we're not gonna go through the bodies of the innocent.
I'm looking quickly.
I hope you find Cole.
As Matthew gets in the fucking backpack.
Ooh, a friendship ring, mine.
Food ring, thank you very much.
You already stole wedding rings.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, looking through the surround, like you do find pieces of it look to be metal, but it looks like it's just like fool's gold or something. Just a bunch of glinting pieces of earth strewn around all these bodies. Yeah, strange enough. I mean, it makes sense to you, Clyde. This is you're used to having to handle such carnage things, so seeing a bunch of dead bodies doesn't really you. But easily enough, you go through them all. Ah, damn it! Nothing really you're looking for.
Fucking children are fucking poor.
Jesus. I smite Clyde.
Wow, Clyde!
I use my specialize on Clyde and see that he's the
Clyde,
devil.
Clyde.
Climbing up the
No,
road.
you're smoked.
No, you
Yeah, you're
don't
smoked.
know. So
That was
take up the rear.
Second level spell slot left. I'm smiting you. Here we go.
Yeah, you can try.
And you guys make your way up the mountain. Samantha
I
being
miss
the first.
everything.
Yep.
Eager to get her way out of this cave. You're sort of met with another sound, Samantha, as you're pulling yourself out to the mouth of this cave. You look out, now able to see so easily with this fog no longer blocking your vision. You hear water rushing and pouring from just the entrance. You step out into the light. It's daytime. The clouds have finally cleared, and you see Stroma for the first time. Atop these mountains, watching as snow just melts into water and pours over the valley and floods off into the distance. And the air is so warm. The cold finally gone. And that is where we will end our session. After much deliberation, as something has changed in this world. No longer just saving your people. You didn't just stop a plague. You took something that forced its way into the world of Hearth and pushed it back to the other side. But those words of warning still linger. That the veil is breaking. That the walls are falling. And that the pieces are shattering in this glorious rapture. What exactly does that mean? Probably nothing to most of you, but there is something that holds true for you, Samantha. Something that might take some time to think on. That song, that sound, when the planes themselves collide. And that's it.
One could say
Fuck.
the song
Great.
of Rapture.
Shit.
Roll credits.
Oh jeez, we're fucked. Alright, well, hope you guys are enjoying this, because...
It's the last session ever!
Oh boy. Alright, well, now it all makes sense. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us tonight and for enjoying Song of Rapture, hopefully. And we will be... Is this a different ending theme? This is a different ending theme. There's a lot more flute here.
It's almost like we're moving on to the next part.
Ah!
Let's go get those hobgoblins.
Oh my god.
The next arc, centaurs! Where will the Valiant Seven go next? What is next on their agenda? What will happen?
Hopefully home.
I'd like to go home.
No. So be sure to tune in next Thursday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern for more Song of Rapture on Lionhead Gaming. But if you need some more D&D before then, we of course have the wonderful game The Expanse this Sunday at 5 p.m. where we will sit around the fire and argue about what to do with all of our time as Brendan rips out his hair and pets his cat wonderfully. It's gonna be great. Be there to see us hash out downtime and figure out how Ivar is gonna rebuild an entire country and all this other stuff. It's gonna be great. So be there this Sunday for The Expanse at 5 p.m. And before next Thursday, but after Sunday, we have Kingdoms of the South. As we will continue with the adventures of the Apex Alliance.
I know them.
Indeed, on Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. I certainly hope to see you there at any of the games that you can make, or to be sure to check out the VODs on the Twitch channel or the Ancient VODs on the YouTube, linked in the section underneath the video player. There's also a wonderful little application down there, a comments box, where you can write your suggestions and opinions of the channel, any advice or changes you'd like to see that could be taken under advisement. So if you feel so inclined, please do share. It is moderated, so don't be a dick, but just let us know if there's anything you think we could be doing better, and I'll take that as some good advice. So I appreciate your time and effort, and I hope you enjoyed Song of Rapture this week, and I hope to see you next week. A big shout out to our sponsor, Art Sand Coffee, available at artsandcoffee.com with promo code LION, and you can get yourself a sweet discount on their coffee, which is super tasty. I love it, and you can help support the channel. Other than that, as always, may your dice roll 20s and always make your saves.
Right there. Right there.
Booyah!